Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hi. Home. Yo. Hello. Envy, what's up? How's it going? Hope you're doing all right. Good to see you. Helen, how are you? Avatar, hi. Thank you. Crazy pterodactyl. Pterodactyl, not a dinosaur, guys. Did you know that? Did you know pterodactyls were not dinosaurs? You know that? Bet you didn't. I bet you thought pterodactyls were dinosaurs, huh? I did too. For the longest time. It's insane. I'm glad that you knew that, crazy pterodactyl, because I didn't. Oh no, Turning Point USA? Oh man, that is very discerning. Hey Lady B, welcome in. Hi Beth. Hi Divine Miss. Michael Perez is in the house. How's it going, man? Hello, hello. Jay Shellerman, nice to see you, brother. What's up, everyone? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Lunar Veil, hi. How are you? Oh, thank you. Lauren, thank you. Beth Qualls, I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will at some point. I'm sure that'll come up. Yes, Divine Miss, that's what I'm trying to go for. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. Thank you. People called me the scientist, Mr. Rogers. The scientist, Dr. Rogers, if you will. And I'm fully embracing that. Oh, thank you, Lauren. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot to me that I'm the background stream for you. Because I do the same thing for a lot of other people. And thank you. Thank you for that. Pterosaurs, exactly. Exactly. Pterosaurs. It's a really interesting dinosaur strain. It's on PBS and a really cool dinosaur style show that goes all into a family of pterosaurs. Foreground stream. Thank you, Omar. Thank you, brother. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. Update on the marine ecosystem. I just checked out one today. I was at the beach all day with my kiddos, my family. It was really nice. Watching them boogie board, and they're all getting into that. Hi, Dee Dee. Welcome. It's really cool seeing the kids love the ocean and get involved. And dude, it's so wild. I was doing some stretching on the beach, and I'm just kind of like, hey, Ducray, what's up? Just doing some stretching, trying to get my my hip mobility, strengthen my hips, you know? My psoas, getting some psoas stretching in. And I whacked out my freaking knee somehow. I'm like just stretching. I have no idea. My right knee is humming. Just so frustrating. So I got like a little brace on it. Body doubling. I'm originally from Long Island, New York, and I miss the beach. Ah, yeah. The beach is amazing. Hey, Melanie, welcome in. What did you major in? I was ecology, behavior, and evolution major for my undergrad, and my PhD is in microbiology. Your sciatica has been bothering you. That's a tough one. I just learned, this is how bad I am with mammals, guys. I had no idea that like there was a psoas muscle that actually went in between your hips, inside your hips, and that actually contributed a lot to your strength of your hip muscles. It's not just a flexibility thing. Your mobility is actually from a muscle, and I just had an atrophied, bad psoas this entire time. Apparently not, Nico. Apparently not. Apparently not. This is my bedtime stream. Oh, nice. Wow, Jay Shellerman. That's really nice. Thanks for saying that. Hey, what's up, Puff? How's it going?
What's going on? How you doing?
Good, man. Is it true that most people who major in STEM lean to the left side of politics? Most people that are have a higher education lean left usually. I think it's because right wing politics tends to be reactionary. So it tends to be this is someone's opinion, and I want to think the opposite or go the opposite direction. You're not creating new knowledge normally in a right wing reactionary type of politics. And Omar, exactly right. I think that on top of that, reactionary politics, and then you have a lot of conspiracy. That's kind of like more of the ideological thing, but there's also a conspiracy and anti-diversity problem that people kind of get into, and they see kind of the diversity of thought and diversity of background as a big thing, and it's actually really cool. And it's awesome learning about other languages and cultures, and that's kind of an affront to this type of monoculture idea that's on the right. But what's up, Puff? How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, man. What have you been up to?
Nothing much. I saw an interesting TikTok that I reposted on my
Okay.
page, but it was the standardized scores
Okay.
for the last class. So I believe this was the class of 2025. It is the lowest reading, the lowest math, and a majority of them did not take a science course. And it's the lowest that we've had, I think they said, in 20 years.
Standardized for
What are
what? I don't know. Standardized I think for what? Just to be.
So, reading levels, mathematical skill levels,
Is it what
they split
level? I mean, like, are we talking high school, middle school, what?
high school,
Okay. Okay. So
graduating class.
okay. So it's the standardized test for. Are you talking about just standard like yearly tests, or are you
Yeah,
talking
they
about
do
like
the yearly diagnostic tests
Okay.
for the
Okay.
states and districts, and we're talking about those ones.
Roger. Okay.
Um,
Okay.
it's on my page if you want to see it.
Okay.
But it's the lowest that we've had. And then I looked into more about that class. A majority of them only took 1 year or maybe 1.5 years of science.
Mm.
They take them twice per year. It depends on also the reading level. So this is taking into account the multiple reading tests and language tests as well,
Hmm.
for secondary language learners. But this is the lowest that we've had.
Hmm.
This is the lowest levels that we can think. What are your thoughts? How can we change it? How can we change it?
Hmm. Are these
Graduation rates are also at the lowest too.
these are the kids that are going from that started during COVID, huh? So at the 4 years, they're
This would be 2021 is when they would have probably entered high school. I don't remember when education, like public school system, when it was back to in person. I can't remember the start date for that. I want to say
interesting.
it was the summer of 21 going into fall of 21. They just were masked, I want to say, for a lot of states.
Yeah.
So they would have entered with those restrictions. That would have been the freshman class.
Do you think that have they gone up or down since that original freshman class? Are we talking like
Everything's gone down.
okay, they've
Everything,
gone significantly since then. Okay.
yeah. COVID has put a
Dang.
big damper. I want to say that has to do with a lot of social skills as well. Um, I feel like a lot of kids that I've interacted with pre and post COVID, there's a big jump between their social skills.
Oh,
Um, and it's really sad to see because I didn't know it was that bad until I saw like the news actually starting to cover like, okay, we're kind of screwed. Like we have to kind of fix these students because they're all, especially with AI, it makes it very more difficult to fix, the habits that they've started developing
mm.
because of this. And my question is, how would you fix it? You can talk about it at a state level, you can talk at a local district level, you can talk to it about a classroom level. There's 3 different levels that need to be fixed. So I'm just curious what you think needs to be fixed, because the science is also going down. Kids aren't taking science courses anymore. Kids don't have that basic knowledge. And by base knowledge, I'm talking about like knowing what water is made of. I'm talking about knowing that if I push a ball, it will keep going until something stops it. Stuff like that. How would you fix it?
Dang, dude. It's a tough one.
Very loaded question. You can break it off into parts if you want. I kind of just gave you like a massive overarching thing.
I mean, I do think the biggest thing that I would say would be have to some type of like investment at the national level. Obviously, I guess we can just drill down into but I think like obviously the Department of Education and needs to be taken seriously, and we need to have like some type of national curriculum that we like really uphold, and because like people aren't just applying for jobs or competing with just themselves anymore, or just by the state level. They're really competing globally, so with all the countries and all China and India, and they're invested heavily in this stuff, and we really aren't. So if I can go from 15 billion to 150 billion, I feel like the Department of Education could have the same. I do think there are some really interesting ideas that are happening in Australia. I read how these AI models can be kind of like an individual learner that you can help basically have a tutor that helps you go along and helps you with figure out what you're deficient in and helps tutor you. And I think exploring stuff like that would be a good idea. But really, I mean, what it is we haven't invested in it as a culture, as a society. It's just disgusting. At the state level, so that state level is where most of this happens, right? This is where most of the funding is for all the schools and stuff. The Department of Education doesn't really fund public education. It's from public education's from your tax dollars, from at least in the in California, it's your property taxes. So your property taxes pay the local schools and stuff like that. So, which has its own problems with like Prop 13, which is it's a whole inside baseball thing with California, but limits the amount of money that goes into it because of billionaires don't want to pay money for their homes anymore. But I don't know. I think that you'd have to take that away, maybe take funding away, that being the main problem. And it's pterodactyl. Yeah. The problem is a lot of it is actually, like Texas controls a ton of curriculum because they basically do the curriculum for their state. And then that funds a lot of the curriculum for the nearby conservative states because they just copy what Texas does. So it has like over a dozen states just copy what the books and everything from Texas. So that's a big problem. And yeah, I think we should have like some type of Texas a national mandate. But what that is, how that happens, it's crazy. I mean, a lot of the states right now are like worried. They're like passing like 10 commandments and teaching, about the Bible in school. They're not actually trying to uphold it. That's my
issue.
Yeah.
They're putting all the focus on the wrong stuff that like literally we have laws that dictate that there is a separation between church and state. The only thing Trump has done for education is try to combine the two. But the issue with that is he's focusing on only Christianity. There's hundreds of religions out there, hundreds. And that is the beauty of this country, is you are allowed to worship what you want under multiple things under the Bill of Rights. Multiple, it's not just one. And that's my issue, is that we're not focusing on teaching these kids how to do basic math skills anymore. We're trying to teach these kids how to how to focus on only one religion and one pathway that the state is I say state, but I should say federal government, this administration is
Yeah.
believing is the correct path. And instead what we're doing is we are cutting federal grants and funding and FAFSA to college students, so we are demotivating kids to go to college, because let's be honest, in this day and age, college is at a price where about probably 10% of people could afford without any grants, sponsor, or scholarships or funding. And we're cutting that, and then we are relocating that budget to ICE. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah,
and
literally.
that's the problem. So on top of that, school safety has been taken as a joke. And I'm still mad about what happened a couple days ago, because no one talked about what happened in Colorado. It pisses me off to this day.
I agree.
And on
we
top
did,
of that,
by the way. We did. You
we
guys
did?
got it here.
Okay, I haven't been here for a while. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we did. No, I'm with you, dude. It absolutely, because I have 4 kids, man. It's like I think about that constantly. We actually, like, there was the people that run my my kids' preschool are Indian, and there was one that happened a couple like last year, and they just said, I can't believe this is happening. I feel so unsafe here. So they installed like a fence. They have no idea what to do. It's like a little pool fence where it's like that's it, like a secondary container thing. They were like, maybe this will buy us some time. Like, that's it. And it was just like the most sad, disgusting conversation I've ever had in my life, and it really stuck with me, because here's someone that's like making this country amazing by coming here and creating a business and looking after, like, doing what they can in order to better their communities, and they just feel like sitting ducks, and all they can do is just put up a freaking pool gate. It's like disgusting, man. But anyway, sorry, go ahead. Yeah. I'm actually curious about how you feel like school safety, like ideas on that.
It's a joke. Oh, no, it's an absolute joke. But I also live in an area, right, where it's mostly my school. So that's another thing, too. I never really thought about this until I looked at the data for it. In the area I live, you want to know the saddest thing? My county that I live in has more homeless students than San Jose, which I think is the 9th largest city in the world, and San Francisco, which I think is in the top 15 combined. Wow. There are more homeless students in my county than there is for San Jose, which has a population of over 1 million people.
That's wild, dude.
And on top of that, San Francisco, which I don't know the population of San Francisco, but I know it's in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
My county alone, which the town I work in has like 80,000 people. There are more homeless students than anyone else. It dawned on me because I had a student that said, I can't come to tutorial. And for people who don't know, tutorial is like the after school stuff to get help. He said, I can't come to tutorial. I got to go to the shelter that we're at. And then it dawned on me, I'm like, oh my God, these kids are like half of them are homeless. And it's just so sad because we're not putting any thought, like no one talks about this. And I'm gonna say something here because I just saw someone type that. I'm done with the thoughts and prayers thing. I'm over it. I want action done. These kids should not be homeless at the age of 16, at the age of 15. No one should be homeless, period. And that's the problem. And it's not just a California thing. Before I hear that, I swear I'm over that. Mm-hmm. It's not just a California thing. It is becoming a big thing. And you're getting punished now. The federal government is making a narrative where you get punished if you're homeless. Mm-hmm. And that's the issue that I'm having, is that my students don't feel safe. You want to talk about school safety? They don't feel safe. 99% of them are Hispanic or Latino. They think that they might get raided at some point and taken away or split from their families. It's a real fear that they live in because ICE might just show up at random. But I do know that they're passing a law, thank God, that they have to identify. Like ICE agents in California will have to identify. But before they ever had to. That's the problem. Um, it doesn't matter for trade school. Whoever said that in the comments, I would love for kids to do trade school. They don't have the basic curriculum to be able to do trade school. That's the problem.
Yeah, they can't read, bro.
They can't read. They can't write. They can't talk, and they can't do 5 times 1. So I like trade school ain't gonna do anything because they can't. They don't have the base level because the system punishes them for doing poorly at a very young age. If you do bad in reading in elementary school, it will literally just carry over into middle school, into high school, and then you're just left behind. That's the problem. All these kids are getting left behind if they don't give a certain criteria that the state deems proficient. That's the issue. That's the real issue when it comes to reading and writing. And I deal with kids. I deal with these kids on a regular basis now. We've been in school since August 5th or something like that.
Yeah.
So I know them well enough now to tell you, like, it's not their fault. It's a system fault when it comes to this. And then when the news covered that this is the lowest, like, reading and math levels that we've ever had for a graduating class, that's when it made me realize that this is a state issue, and this is just for all states. That was a test done for all 50 states. They compared the average reading and math levels for all 50 states, and they're all at the lowest.
What's the test?
I reposted it. I can send you it afterwards if you want me to.
I was just wondering
after I get off here. But I did repost it. It's on my page. In
National
my repost.
Reading and Math School Score. The Nation's Report Card, NAEP.
Yeah, it's gonna be probably the Nation's Report Card if I had to guess. It's bad. It's bad. But also, I don't know. I'm not sure if the English one is based off of secondary learners or both secondary and primary learners. I'm not sure about that one because that would be 2 different results.
Explore results. Oh, this is the 2024.
Yeah, it probably would be 2024, huh? That would be the data.
31% of 8th graders performed at or above NAEP proficient. 31%.
31% people.
22% of 12th graders performed at or above NAEP proficient for math.
Yep.
35% of 12th graders performed at or above NAEP proficient for reading.
And this is for proficiency, so people know proficiency is measured on. I don't know how they do it because I haven't actually seen the tests recently. But their proficiency basically is deeming that they can talk and read at a primary learner level of like 5 grades behind. So if you're a senior, they're asking if you can read or write at an 8th grade or 9th grade level. That's the problem.
It's a little higher. We're at 105 and 05. We're looking at the bottom 10th percentile, which is probably the one that probably is the top one is literally straight across 194 to 196. 90th percentile is pretty much unchanged. 75th percentile is pretty much unchanged. The bottom 25th percentile is probably where we should be spending our time. The 127 in 2005 down to 120 today.
Can I address something that someone wrote in the comments because this is a great question. I have the answer to it.
Sure.
Someone asked, "Why are these kids being promoted to another grade level whenever they're not capable of being promoted?" If we held back every single student that cannot perform at a certain level, our grades would be filled up so much. So, like, let's say, what did we say it was for 8th grade? 22%? So let's say we held back 78% of those students.
Dude,
and now if we held back 78% of 8th graders, and then we brought in another new class of 8th graders, there is not enough teaching support in the
It's not
world
worth laughing about. That's crazy, dude.
to be able to handle that. And so the districts, what they do is they do not My district does not hold people back because hold the teachers ahead of you. It just won't work because then the ninth, like you're not seeing it from this perspective. Let me explain. If we held back every single student, it would overload all the teachers and the classes and everything, and it would change the curriculum. We would have to basically do a whole reset on all the curriculum as well.
Classes would be 60 people, 70 people. Like how would that work?
We're going to be teaching college level classes to 8th graders. I don't know if y'all have been in an 8th grade class, but I have. It's hard to deal with just 20 of them. So I don't know how we are expected to deal with a college level UC Berkeley type of class of 70 of them. That's the problem. And there's not classrooms that are big enough for that either. Number one, there's no classroom that's a lecture hall. Well, and number two, if you make all the classes bigger, guess what? That's less time to put into individual students. That's what that means. It means that you cannot help those students because there's too many of them.
I think that you have to incorporate AI then for those kids that are behind that much. I mean, there's no way, dude. There's just no way.
We need to hold beginning teachers accountable. They are held accountable. Most teachers quit in the first year.
Yeah.
In the first 3 years, most new teachers quit.
You need to pay teachers way higher. That's the thing. The higher wages are going to mean more people are pursuing this.
And here's another thing too. The reason why new teachers quit is not even because of pay. It's because of behavior. Most teachers quit because of classroom behavior. There's multiple studies behind that. But the issue is you need to discipline coursework in schools. I mean, I've tried disciplining kids multiple times. It's not going to change because kids have if a kid is behaving in a certain way, 99% of the time, it's for attention. So if you acknowledge that and discipline them and punish them for it, they're just going to repeat the same thing over and over. It's not going to change anything because they're getting what they want. They want the attention.
Well, the science is only in 8th grade, so we only have that. That's guys, I have all the graphs on my YouTube stream if you want to second monitor the YouTube stream. It's the same name, Dr. Nanotube. But it's pretty much flatlined, which is probably not that good. I mean, it's really interesting. The 2015 seems to be the high mark in the science. So for whatever reason, 2015 was really high. And then it's just been
what grade?
This is the 8th grade science. So we've gone down 4 points since 2019 on average. So the top 90 percentile straight across, 75th percentile down 3 points, average score down 4. But it's mostly the bottom 25th and the 10th. So it's significantly lower. And then, it's just really just odd.
It's odd, but it's also just like if you're a new parent coming into this, it's gonna drastically change.
The one that's impacted the most, the science is pretty much flat, but the biggest decrease seems to be with reading. The average, you're down 3 points in science, in math and reading, and down 4 points in science. Interesting. I guess the average is down more in science more than the other ones. It's just that there was such a high mark. In 1992, it was the 333. So the average score in 1992 for the reading, 12th grade reading, 292. Then it goes to 287 in 2015, which is kind of like that high mark in science we were looking at before. And then it goes down again, 285 in 2019, and then now down again to 283. So it seems to just be like our average for reading, which is the one that we have the most data on. It's interesting that it was so high in reading in 1992. The math goes back to 2005, and it's down 3 points since 2005 for math in grade 12.
What happened to bio, chem, and physics? I got a great answer for that. They actually want to cut a lot of these courses out.
Those are so money. Those are so much money. Like all the experiments, all of the That's all like science. You really you can't just like teach science through a lecture, guys. You got to like experience science, and that stuff
I'll
all
be
is
honest,
money.
yeah. You can tell me, okay, balance this chemical reaction and whatnot, but I don't know what the hell. I'm looking at what a C, an O, and an N. I don't know what that means. I can't grasp that in my head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to actually do experiments, and it's just good techniques to learn as
Yeah.
well in general. Like, you should be able to measure, like measurement, for example, right? That's taught in science. That's something you use for everything. If you're a baker, you're using measurement. If I've had students in the measurement lab that we did that literally could not tell me how much it goes up if they see a 70 to an 80. They can't tell me that jump. You know what I mean? They can't tell me, oh my God, that's 10 milliliters of a jump. You know what I mean? That's the issue that I'm having. I'm just like, oh my God, we really failed in the math department. Because if you can't tell me 80 minus 70 is 10 off the top of your head without a calculator, then that's the problem too. So I think the reason that the math stuff and the science stuff is dropping since, what would we say, 92? Technology, I think we're too reliant on technology, because in 92 they used to have, you know, the different processes of, like, let's say long division, which I know I haven't done in forever because we have calculators. But the calculators back in 92 were terrible. They're not like the ones we have now, the graphing calculators and whatnot. And so students, I think, are too reliant on that. But I also think that AI isn't going to help, obviously, because AI can't teach reading. Because if you can't read to begin with, how are you going to look at a generative AI chat GPT and be able to tell me what that is?
Well, you're going to have like questions. You're going to have, obviously it'll be voice mode that they could have, but you could also have them, the AI tutor give you things that, you know what you're deficient in, and maybe give you breakdowns of learning exercises to help you understand, like, and go forward. I think that would be the idea. Individualized learning plans.
That's good. I like that. And I will say that we have a new system. It's called PBIS. I'm talking about the behavior side. Because I think if the behavior can start changing more, it could help with teaching curriculum. And PBIS it's called Positive Behavior Intervention Supports. It's a new framework, basically, that's starting to show up in blue states right now. But you can look up the data for this. It's starting to actually be very helpful. And what PBIS is basically you are reinforcing and acknowledging positive behaviors a student do, and ignoring the negative ones to try and have the student change their mindset, basically.
It's an evidence-based framework implemented in schools to improve student academic, social, emotional, and behavioral success by creating positive, equitable environments. It involves establishing clear behavioral expectations, teaching those expectations clearly, and providing regular positive reinforcement for appropriate behaviors, using consistent, restorative consequences for challenging behaviors. PBIS also uses the data to make informed decisions, which often includes family engagement and a multi-tiered approach to help support students with varying needs. So data-driven decisions, tiered supports, family engagement, restorative practices. That just seems like it's a lot. How are you tracking all that stuff?
So PBIS has 3 tiers. And so the first tier, everyone's at. So about 80% of students just need tier 1. And what tier 1 is, and tier 1 is like, you know how at every school there's like expectations, like school-wide expectations. Like, I'll give an example. The most common ones are like, be safe, be responsible, be respectful, right?
Yeah.
It's like 3 to 5 short ones. And then there's a second tier. It's called tier 2. That's about 15% of students. And tier 2 is more like mentorship. Like, there's different techniques like check in and check out, which is like you check in with a mentor at the beginning of the day. You get a bunch of stamps if you do a good behavior, and you check out at the end of the day and you get a reward. And then there's tier 3. And tier 3 is individual based, like heavily individual based. And so that's not necessarily individual learning plans or lesson plans.
It says new skills to replace problem behaviors. 2, reorganization of current environment or triggers. And 3, procedures for monitoring, evaluating, and reassessing the plan. And there's a
Yeah.
BST, a behavioral support team that could consist of teachers, administrators, and social workers, psychologists, counselors. The goal is to diminish problematic behavior, increase adaptive skills, and attempt to increase the student's quality of life. I mean, it sounds great. It's basically they're trying to replace detentions, suspensions, and expulsions.
Yeah, and they're trying to promote, yeah, exactly, dropout rates. They're trying to really change the dropout rates. That's the point.
Cool. That is cool.
It's a cool framework. California basically does it in all their schools. It's been working. It's been helping a lot. I'm taking a whole class on it right now, and it's been really helpful to learn. But my point is that just something for the 100 people here to think about. If you are young, like in your 20s, and you're thinking about having a kid, really think about the education system. And I just want to say, take action. Because if you show up to a school board meeting and talk about it as a parent, they're going to listen to you way more likely than me as a teacher. Because the parents are what make the difference for these kids. So that's my point today, is that our education curriculum levels are going low. And they're pretty low. 22%, right? And 33%, I think you told me. So literally 1 out of 3 people are proficient.
That's wild, dude. That's so bad.
There's still 2/3, and this is America. This isn't no third world country. We are a first world country. Like, what are we doing, right?
I mean, we're basically setting people up to be dummies for AI manipulation and conspiracy. They're going to believe more and more of this stuff, man.
And guess what you said? You said the left tend to be more educated, and the right tends to be more reactionary. Think about that as time is going to go on, and how our voting is going to get affected.
Oh yeah.
Because here's the thing, my vote is still going to be the same as someone that graduated with, no proficiency in reading, writing, or math.
I want to see if there's survey questionnaires reporting the results. I'm trying to look at what would be. I'm trying to see what okay, here's another way of thinking about it. Is this the great test? I mean, if 30% of people are being proficient, I mean, what are they proficient at? Or what, is the test the same that's been conducted since 1995? Or
no, it definitely would have changed.
Okay.
But also teachers, and I know this because the teacher that is teaching me how to be a teacher is telling me this. Half the teachers don't care. I know this is going to sound horrible, but half of them don't care how people do on a state test, because yes, a state test does affect your budgeting, right? I mean, it's a diagnostic test, and what that is it tells, hey, we need this amount of money because we need more support financially in our departments of English or math. But most of the teachers only care about their curriculum, because at the end of the day, that is what us as teachers are being reviewed on. And I'm not going to be like this, but also I'm a science teacher, so we don't have a state test in high school for our stuff. We don't. We just have, we might have an assessment base for a class, but that's not a statewide thing. That's a district thing. But math department, English department, they do have state tests. Teachers spend too much time data collecting instead of teaching. Well, I mean, data collecting is part of the process, right? If you don't data collect and you don't know the student's level, how are you going to be able to teach, right? It's an assessment for where you need to be. It's assessment for learning. That's what I call it. And if you don't have data collection, how are you going to know where to go?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We had to do a pre-assessment because I needed to know where all my students were at, right? If I learned that my students' math levels were really low, okay, maybe I need to think about because if I thought that all my students' math levels were high, I would teach at a high level, right? But because I learned that their math levels were low, I changed the curriculum so it would be easier for them to learn the process and not get punished because the math system failed them. You know what I mean? So that's why data collecting is important.
So we're looking at some of the sample questions here. This is for the science stuff. Let's see. Mathematics sample questions.
Do you teach them math in order for stuff they should know to do the science? Sometimes I have to. Like, for example, a student, like majority of my students don't realize that a fraction means a division problem. So, yes, I have had to teach students that a fraction means division.
Yeah.
And so that is a thing that actually that does hold back the curriculum plan, but that's okay. I'd rather take the time to teach them that a fraction means division than, 3 months down the line we get to, let's say, molar ratios and they can't divide a molar ratio. You know what I mean? What grade are we talking about? I teach high school.
So like some of these sample questions, 2000 and 2011, it would be like question 1, which atoms combine to make up a molecule of water? And then the questions are like hydrogen and oxygen with 1s and 2s in each of the places. Question 2, which characteristic is shared by all cells? They need energy. They reproduce sexually. They make their own food. They move from one place to another. And then 3, here's a diagram below that shows the collision of 2 tectonic plates in Asia. What is the result of this collision? The volcanoes erupt. The Tibetan Plateau slowly sinks. The Himalayas increase. Glaciers on the right melt. And then there's like one with jars and lava. Or here we go. Question 5. What evaporates and falls back to Earth as rain or snow? What is the primary energy source that drives this cycle? A, the wind, the sun, air pressure, ocean currents. Water. It says water evaporates and falls back to Earth as rain or snow. What is the primary energy source that drives this cycle? A, the wind, B, the sun, C, air pressure, D, ocean currents. So stuff like that, where it's like, I mean, there is some knowledge that has to be there, like what's actually happening. You couldn't just go in there and just figure it out. There has to be some base knowledge that's happening for sure. I'm just trying to find the reading questions. Obviously, there's not going to be, it's like too many. Oh, there's grade 4 too. That's interesting.
Most high school graduates cannot pass the citizenship exam. Yeah, I mean, I believe that.
Most presidents can't either.
Most presidents can't. Most people can't. Most adults can't.
Yeah. I think that we should have the citizenship test given to all our presidential candidates, and you should know their scores. Unironically. Dude, it's hard to get sample questions. Like, this is crazy. It's like very hard. They like gatekeep them. The content is not available for number, properties, and operations measurement. Okay. Some of these questions for grade 8 for the sample questions would be like for math, converting miles to yards, compare the angles to a given polygon, and then measuring the attributes. Question would be calculate and compare the areas of 2 shapes, which is measuring the physical attributes, using proportional reasoning to determine possible dimensions, measurement of triangles. So it's like some like some knowledge stuff here that you have to.
You got some geometry in there.
Yeah, some measurement stuff. Here's some data analyst. So this is a grade 8, guys. Grade 8 questions for the mathematics. Select the graph that best represents the given data. So data representation or data representation. Create a circle graph from a table and solve a problem using the data. 3, determine whether different survey methods produce random samples, which is, and then 4, determine which statistic a new data point does not affect. And 5, interpret a line of best fit and use it to make a prediction. So the top one, they're 78% are getting select a graph that best represents the given data. But the bottom one, interpret a line of best fit and use it to make a prediction. Only about 20% are getting that. It's kind of
Yeah, I
interesting.
mean, I literally on Thursday I had to reteach people how to create a chart based off of data, like how to make basic graphs. Um,
Dang. Oh,
so I can tell you, yeah,
this is
that's probably a
interesting.
true stat.
This is the big in algebra grade 8 as of 2022 compared to 2019. This is the biggest change that happened. It went from 35% to 26%. Given the area of a trapezoid, calculate the area of a trapezoid given dimensions. So we went from 35% getting it correctly to 25%. That's a 9% drop. That's crazy. Wow.
And I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure a
Why would
majority of these tests are also multiple choice. So you have to take into account like random guessing, you know what I
mm-hmm.
mean, as well. So the data's probably not even fully accurate because I mean you have a 25% chance of getting the right answer if you don't know it.
Oh, this is the worst one that we've ever had. The minus 10%. 2019, 39% got this right. And now 29% get it right. Determine which statistic a new data point does not affect. We lost 10 percentage points there. Jeez. That's interesting. These two ones. Calculate the area of the trapezoid given the dimensions. Why would that? That's interesting that so many get it wrong. It's tough, man. It's tough. Let's see.
It's really sad. I don't know. I'm trying my best, you know.
Yeah, I think.
I try every day. We're doing density next week. Density's really gonna tell me like my fear is that my hope is I'll tell you what my hope is for the density stuff. I hope they can just calculate it and know the basic algebra to make the equation different, you know what I mean? To be able to calculate mass and volume. But I'll still go into detail on the algebra of that, but this is math stuff and that I have to teach on top of the actual curriculum.
So another one here. Here's one for the periodic table of elements. This is for grade 8 again. So it looks like they released the grade 8 questions, but they don't release the grade 12 ones. Oh, and that's right. Science is only 8 anyway. So periodic table of elements. Based on its location of the partial periodic table shown, which element would you predict has the chemical properties that are most similar to argon? So argon's on the far right column. And then they have argon circled, and then they have chlorine to the left, and then they have helium to the top. So you got to basically know that they're grouped in reactivity by columns on the periodic table, and that's kind of like the way that you know that even though it's right by chlorine, it's actually helium that argon is the most, because it's one of the noble gases on the right,
It is
the top right.
full octet.
So interesting.
But yeah, I don't know. I just want
man.
to come on and talk about that because looking more at the statistics and stuff, it's really disappointing.
I mean, I think that like with an individual learning AI approach, I think that you could have people that are kind of like in the higher classes, you know, kind of like, you know, they would get that push to try and get a little bit like a little bit more of an elevated learning experience that could challenge them more readily. But it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough to have. Yeah, it's going to be like like the relationship of the AI and the teacher. But I think the kids are already having all Chromebooks already. They love it, you know. And I think that you kind of just have Gemini or whatever, you know, on these things, and you just have it do homework on the Chromebook or the tablet, and then it just follows the student around, and you kind of, I think you can be more in tuned that way too as a parent. Like what's actually happening, how are they doing, what's happening. But I will say the number one way for students to actually love going to school and make a big difference, eliminating homework, dude. I will tell you, like it's insane to me how much the kids will like going to school the first 2 weeks until homework is assigned, and then they just absolutely dread it now, and it becomes this thing where it's a fight between me and the kid to like get their homework done, and they don't want to do it, and I'm actually having to push them to do something that they don't like, and it makes them resentful of going to school. And I think they have to get rid of it. I really do. I think homework is like, and bro, some of these freaking these diagrams and stuff that we're getting sent home, the sheet that the teacher sends. Hi, Dr. T. Some of them that are being sent home, okay, the dioramas or whatever, they're in freaking size 10 Times New Roman font, bro. So it's like a 1-pager, 3-paragraph essay on what they want for like this diorama thing. Like, who do you think the kid's reading that? Like, no, it's obviously they wrote it for the freaking parent to do. And it's like, I got assigned this diorama that I have to do. So like, what do? Well, I just freaking go on Amazon and buy a diorama kit for $10, and it gets, sent to me in 2 days, and then we just paste it on, and that's it. So it's like who was learning? What is this? I got assigned a diorama. I hate it. I absolutely hate.
For my class, this is our homework policy. Because again, I teach mostly juniors and seniors with a couple sophomores.
Mm-hmm.
If you finish your work in class, you get no homework.
That's good.
If you don't finish your work in class, you are basically telling me that I'm responsible for finishing this work later today. And the reason I do that is because when you go into the work world and you're given an assignment and whatnot,
mm-hmm.
deadlines are going to become their main thing. And I'm talking about trade, anything that they do. And so a majority of the kids that misbehave, they stop misbehaving because they didn't want homework. And I don't want to assign homework. I want them to enjoy, like these seniors, I want them to enjoy that senior year. You know what I mean?
But at the same time, bro, like the ones that need that extra work are the ones that need your time the most. So that it's kind of like a catch-22 thing where it's like, well, they have that extra time to do it, but they're not going to be, they're going to be doing it at home where they don't have you. And how are they going to learn? And I think that's the big problem, is that it's not like the most conducive like learning environment at home when they had you.
Different too. So, but I do like try my best, but also you have to realize I have to go to, because I'm doing a program, right? So after I teach, I have to then go to night school. So it's like literally sometimes 12-hour days. But I do try to make that time after school to give them the opportunity to come to me and ask these questions. And honestly, we haven't had that much homework. The most homework we had was for this weekend, and that was because we did a lab.
Yeah.
And we gave them all the tools that they needed to be successful. And it really just came down to, did you want to do the work? And that's what we're going to see on these labs, because we weren't asking difficult questions. We were asking them like, hey, what was your highest temperature point on your data set? Right? Yeah. It was stuff like that. Hey, what challenges did you face as a group? So we kept it very simple questions that we knew they could answer if it became homework. But it really comes down to, do they want to do it? And I really think that we'll see from this weekend on Monday, we'll see if they really cared. I hope they do, but I don't know. And keep in mind, I co-teach, so it's not just me. There's another person there too.
I mean, I also think, man, like, I think the kids just aren't going to school long enough, like straight up. Like every week is a half day, so we drop our kids off at 8, and then they're coming home at 1. Like, it's crazy. I mean, like, nobody who's working 5-hour shifts, and that you got to drive to work. So it's another 30 minutes. So you got a 4-hour shift that you're working every week. I mean, what happens is that you have to pay a babysitter. You have to like that. And that's costly, man. That's hundreds of dollars a week, that you're paying someone. And it's just, I think that the kids have to be at school for probably 9 hours just so that you can have a drive time to work, to and from work. And we got to pay teachers double, we got to pay teachers double straight up. And you guys got to have like two teachers per class or something, because obviously you guys got to set up, do the plan, the grading and all that kind of stuff. But like, there has to be some type of way that the kids are there for a lot longer, 9 hours a day. And you guys can work an actual 8-hour shift with a break, and have your own time and your planning time and your grading time, because you guys shouldn't have to be forced to do stuff at home. So like that just requires 2 teachers per class, I think. So that's
I
all
will
the only thing I
say,
can
in
think of.
terms of the half day thing, the reason most districts do that in California is because of collaboration time or professional development time
Yeah, which
that
is
teachers
good.
can
They should
have
have
with
that.
other teachers.
Yeah, that's
Um,
really important.
there's just not enough time in the day to grant that.
Exactly, and that's why it
Um,
has to be. We got to put way more money into it. It just comes with money, guys. Like the budget that we pass every year is a moral document, right? We prioritize the things in our culture and our society that we value the most by giving the most money to it, and
and for
it's
this
gross.
administration, it's
Zero.
military
Yeah,
and ICE.
exactly. So yeah, exactly.
So
So we can say, you know what, say our lack of education is a national security threat, and we are actually, and then once you have that, then the president can do whatever they want, come in there and take a bunch of money from ICE and the DoD and start funneling it into schools, and the school budget can go up to $200 billion a year apparently. So I'm down with that. I think that's what we should do. So that's it.
but anyway, I don't want to take away any more of your time
You're good,
today.
man.
It was
Dude,
good catching up. We haven't talked in a while.
Puff is a
Um,
frontline worker, a first responder on the field, guys. So on science education, I just played this on TV, but Puff is actually making
there
a
was
difference on the next generation. So I appreciate
there was
you.
someone that did say like he doesn't talk linguistically like a high school teacher. I'm not on the clock right now. Like I can. It's my weekend. I can talk how I want.
Yeah.
And yeah, I am a younger teacher. Someone also asked that. Yeah, I'm a younger teacher. I'm in my 20s.
Nice, dude. Good.
But it's helped a lot because the last time we talked, we were talking about how to get them to learn, and I
Yeah.
figured out that talking to them, like they culturally talk to each other a little bit,
Yeah.
like even just a couple vocab words that they know a lot, helped a lot with their learning, and that's still helping a lot.
You doing some Minecraft
So
references, Minecraft movie references, like some.
I made a whole worksheet off of Minecraft as the questions. We did conversion problems, and I formed it in terms of Minecraft.
Nice.
100%. I've never seen student improvement just like that. I had a question that was like, how if I started with X amount of stone blocks and I turned them into stone brick, how many would I have if this is the
No
conversion
way.
factor? Boom. I'll send that to you. It was pretty funny.
That's
I don't know if I can
hilarious.
find it. It's in the room.
Changing
But it
minds,
worked.
changing it, guys. That's incredible,
Yeah, just
dude.
relate it to something they know. I'm doing that with density. I'm going to relate
Yeah.
the same thing to what they know.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
so it is peak learning. They're learning the process to something they already know.
Yeah, level
So,
them up, dude. Make them a little RPG, and now they level up.
yeah, I mean, most of these guys are playing games and whatnot. Even the girls
Yeah,
were okay with that. I was like, you know what? Slay, I guess. I don't know.
gamify the
Yeah,
shit out of it.
gamify it. I don't know.
Yeah,
It
dude.
worked.
See, make them
Um,
battle each other. See who's the top level, or the top level in the
I even suggested to schools because I got this opportunity as a kid. I suggested to schools for like history projects and stuff. Let them build something in Minecraft to show like
Yeah.
a historical landmark. Like if you want them to talk about the pyramids, let them build that in Minecraft because they're still talking about the content, but
Hmm.
they're expressing it in a way that they are familiar with.
Yeah.
So and I actually I didn't get a standing ovation per se, but it was like the entire teaching department.
Hmm.
And I got a lot of people that were like, you know what, that's not bad. So I don't know. It's something that is something that needs research on for sure.
Yeah, dude.
Um,
You got to meet people,
but
just like what we're trying to do here. We've got to meet people where they are. You can't like try to put them in a brand new location and teach them. You gotta teach them where they are, because they understand the context clues a lot better, and it's just,
exactly, and
yeah.
it helped the readers too, which was important to me as well.
Nice, brother.
But sets them up to succeed.
Nice, dude.
But yeah, I'll let other people come up. I appreciate the chat's time and your time,
Yeah,
Doc,
dude.
as usual.
Thanks,
I'll
Puff.
probably come back next week with another epiphany of some sort.
Dude, yeah, and yeah, that was good. I like that. Thanks for letting us know, man. Yeah, let's see what I'd love the gamifying idea and seeing what else you can figure it out, or anything else, man. So keep us abridged,
Yeah,
okay?
I'll let you know if this works, but I appreciate everyone's time, and I hope you all have a great night.
Nice.
Stay safe, stay healthy, and please get involved in your child's, or if you're going to be a parent and they're too young yet, in the future, get involved in district meetings, guys, because parents make the biggest difference. Not us teachers, not the students, the parents, because you are the tax-paying people that they care about. So I appreciate everyone's time. Good night, everyone.
You know what? Puff, I have not gotten involved with the PTA of my own school yet, and now I'm doing that
get
now.
Involved.
I'm gonna do that right now.
You'll make a difference. Board meetings happen mostly like once a month, once every 3 weeks.
I'm doing
They're
it.
only a couple hours, and
I'm looking it up right now. I'm looking it up right now.
I'm not sure. Is San Diego its own county? I'm not too sure, but
yeah. Well, I'll figure it out. Well, Mrs. Dr. G's in there. We're doing
4
it.
Kids.
I know. we're taking. That's like half the school right there.
It's like half the school right there. There you go.
All right, bro. All right, man. Have a good one.
Good night, everyone. Peace. I'll see you all next time.
Sweet.
Bye-bye.
Bye. There you go. Changing hearts, changing minds, changing futures. That's what we do here. That's what we do here, everyone. Thank you. Let's do it. I'm serious. I've thought about doing it, and I felt bad that I wasn't doing it before, and I think that we should. Let's do it. Do it, Mrs. Dr. G. Let's do it. All right, guys. How is everyone doing? Yeah, anyone got vaccinated up? I know someone. I agree, Mr. Unemployed. I agree. Good. I had a good beach day, a fun beach day. My right knee's coming out of nowhere. I did. Evelyn got 2 today. Let's go. Okay, guys. Well, I have not updated the Vax facts. Let's see. Real quick. Let me find a good one. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use this one again because I think that this is a good one and it dispels a lot of myths that you can't get vaccinated. How your it went well. Thank you, Ghostbusters. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, you know what time that is. Our first vaccine of the day means that we have to wake up the vaccine board in 3, 2, 1. Yes, Evelyn. Thank you. Here we go. I'm all electrified. Let's go. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Yes, Evelyn, thank you for taking public health seriously. We love people who get vaccinated in this community because you love yourself and you love the people around you. Thank you. Vaccines do save lives. Barbara, happy birthday. Thank you so much for hanging out on your birthday. This is so cool. Hey, everyone, happy birthday, Barbara. Good job, guys. They don't, Cecile, they don't even think that viruses are real. That's the problem. All right, guys. I love it. Man, that's crazy. That was just like 100, less than 100. We just opened this. We just started this like 2 weeks ago. We're already up to 133. I love it so much. Hey, Heather, how's it going? All right, guys. So we're going to start something new. All right. We have our science sections, right? We have science news. We have the science way that we can figure out what's going on. But something that I wanted to build is a knowledge center. So that kind of like a frequently asked questions idea. But I want to build on that idea. I want to try to understand and learn while we go these questions that we have. I want to learn with you guys because some of this I don't know. So I am building out. So one, I got a website called drgreg.love, drgreg.love. It's a knowledge center, guys. The knowledge center. Get your mind out of the gutter, okay? Because we're all about love and compassion here. All right, not that type of website. God. Y'all just hang in there with me. Hang in there with me. All right. So, and I was wanting to, first thing I wanted to learn about. I wanted to learn about the history of the viruses. How did we know that viruses are real? I was curious about that. Like, how do we know? So I was thinking about that. And again, guys, this is another like YouTube one that you're really going to want to YouTube with. I can't stream my monitor here on TikTok. It hates me. And especially with the new TOS stuff, I don't really want to risk it. I just get instantly clapped and I get a lot of it taken off. So I'm going to try to, we're going to go through that. I don't know if we're going to go through it right now. I think we can maybe try to, I want to go through the science article. As a biochemist, I'm psyched to have found your account. Oh, cool. Thanks, Cecile. Welcome in. Is that molecular cell and developmental biology? Is that what you're doing? Oh, cool. Nice. Very cool. Welcome in. Well, this is your place. Welcome to your corner of the internet. Well, you have found us. You have evolved to find this place, or your algorithm has evolved to find you, to find this place. Okay. So I think first off, guys, I want to go through the science news article because that's just kind of like what we do here. And then that kind of gives us a chance for someone to join if someone wants to ask a question. But if that doesn't happen, then our backup will be kind of the knowledge center workout so that we can add things to the knowledge center. We can grow our knowledge. I'm curious about it too because microbiology is pretty cool. I kind of want to learn a little bit more about it myself. And yeah. But I also want to talk to people. So if you guys ever want to request up and join, request up. But for whatever reason, less and less people have been requesting up. So I just want to build something while we wait. You know what I mean? All right. On to the science news. Let's see. Nature news. I want to learn more about microbiology, says the man with the I know nothing, really. I'm telling you, I do not know a lot about microbiology, genuinely. Oh no. I don't always want to do politics on these segments, guys. A lot of Trump news, unfortunately. It was self-defeating. Man, all these Trump news. Ooh, this is cool. Oh, it's no. Dude, some of them, I will say science has a huge payroll problem. I'll be real. Even for me, I'm like, this needs to change. You know, like the coolest articles here that I'm linking, and I want to do some talk about the research. I can't even access them. So it's insane. We can go to the New York Times. Explain microbiology to me like I'm a fifth grader. Microbiology is cells that are invisible to the naked eye. And basically, they're cells that you can only see with the microscope, which is why they're called micro. So microscope-sized cells. And the important part of microbiology is that it impacts you as a human, and that 50% of them. Terry, we got 2. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. All right, guys, turning on my neon again. Here we go. Woo! You know what time it is. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Terry. I like it. Thank you so much, Terry. We love people who get vaccinated in this community. Every single vaccine, every single time, for you and your family. KWF, we got 1. Oh man, that's 136. This is amazing. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Yes, KWF. Every single vaccine, every single time, for you and your family, because a family that gets vaccinated together grows old together. That's what the science says. That's what happens. Because what are we counting? We're counting this. The amount of vaccines our community has gotten. So if you've gotten vaccines, any type of vaccine for anything, COVID, flu, MMR, Tdap, all that kind of stuff. Don't you see the toxicity of measles or of smallpox? Oh yeah, never mind. You don't know smallpox because vaccines eradicated that. So you don't know about the smallpox. That's the kind of awesome thing that science does for you. Okay, Addie the Alchemist, you can say you're not vaccinated. You can be selfish. It's okay. You don't have to brag about it though. Why do you believe this to be true? Because viruses are real and they cause disease. And vaccines protect against over 30 diseases and pathogens. And vaccines save the lives of 5 million people every year. Mostly small people, babies, because they don't have the immune system yet. And before vaccines, about 4 million people would die every year. Except for now. Have you done any research, or do you just follow the experts on what? On vaccine safety, or on microbiology, or on what? I think that you have Dagny. There you go. Dagny's old enough to even know people that have actually lived and seen what's going on. Fisher, ivermectin, and hydroxychloroquine stop the virus replications. What year is this? Is this 2020? Fisher, are you a robot from 2020? Are you, what's actually happening here? I'm not brainwashed nowadays, are not like they used to be. Something like that. Someone needs to wash your mind out with soap, okay? What are your thoughts on delayed vaccine schedules? They're not proven at all, Carly. You just want to get all your vaccines all on time. Absolutely. The number one thing that you can do for your kid is to just get them vaccinated on schedule, and that's what it is. There's no reason to wait. They've been tested and they've been proven to be okay. The biggest study is in Denmark. 1.2 million kids over 20 years. Zero neurodivergent problems. Absolutely none. I wonder if you get kickbacks when the vaccine dosage. Yeah, Matt, that's definitely true. I get it directly from Trump. Actually, it's from the Operation Warp Speed payouts that he put on. So thank you, Daddy Trump. Slurp, slurp. Thank you, Daddy Trump. How are so many people obsessed with ivermectin? I don't get it. It's because they think that they're smart and they are counterculture and they're cool. And that's why they got lied to, and now you see that. You got a flu shot last week, Undy. Let's go, Undy, guys. That means we turn on the lights again, guys. 3, 2, 1, Undy. Let's go. Love it. Thank you. My dad was a veterinarian. I was raised on animal meds. Okay, cool. Yeah, but watch out. The ivermectin, horse paste actually sent people more to the hospital than anything, so definitely not safe. There are over 1 in a million chance to get a bad reaction to a vaccine. So people that say that they haven't are probably just having a panic attack from all the people lying to them about there being poison in the vaccine. So I'm a nurse. That's terrifying, Fisher. That is even more terrifying. I hope that you are vaccinated and that you have all your vaccines. I know. Yeah, programmatically brunette. I know that people will do untested whatever. I mean, they're it's insane. No, but I'm pretty sure that the big pharma gives doctors kickback for vaccine dosages. No, Matt Lawson, that's not how any of that works. And you don't understand how doctors get paid. Really, why do you believe the stuff you said to be true? Because there's data and independent analysis to show it. Truth seeker. It's all the countries and all the scientists and all the universities of the world. They would all have to be corroborating together in order to have a global conspiracy, in order for it not to be true. That's what science is, and that's why it's awesome. I got a flu and a shingles. Ashley! Oh my gosh, this is why it pays to read chat, guys. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Yes, 139. 139. Amazing. Let's see. You're a doctor, but you get a commission for promoting posing. Attitude. Come on, we're trying to get on their good lists. Let's go. I'm 52 and I've never gotten a flu shot in my life, and I never will. Well, Amber, I'm 38 and I've never died, so you can't prove to me that anyone's ever died before. I mean, that's just how it works, right? It's proven that pharma lobbies, lobbyticians, and also pay doctors per jab. Nope, that's not true, Matt Lawson. You're just making things up. Can I come up? Yeah, sure, Amby. I'm not autistic either, I don't think. I believe in science. My kids got all their vaccines. Mickey C, there we go. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you're a good patient, a good parent. It's very hard to know when you're a good parent, but getting your kids vaccinated is always, always the right move. And that's how you become a good parent, guys. I just got COVID here in Ireland. Barely knew I had it. Oh, Sky Hardy, sorry to hear that. You're with the agenda congratulating with flashy lights. Yeah, Billy, because we celebrate people that get vaccinated here, and that's what we do. Stay mad. They are collaborating. No, they aren't, Matt. No, they're not. You're just making things up. I've worked for 20 years in the medical field, and I know the truth behind, sir. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not true about pharma. Yes, it is. You're with your agenda congratulating with flashy lights. Stay mad, Billy. Stay mad. I like it. No, Chris, that's your opinion. Shame on me, doctor. Shame on you, alchemist. Let's see, alchemist. Let's see what's your profile. Let's see if you got anything that you're selling. Let's see. Let's just see. I wonder if you're selling anything that would be. Let's see. The last time I looked up someone with an alchemist or the healer in their name, they were trying to sell something on their website. Well, oh man, this is a little weird. At least you're not selling anything, because I don't think anyone would buy any of that stuff. That's whoosh. All right. Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Sorry. There you go. Dang. There you go. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. I'm not a liar. I'm sure you're not, because you're misinformed. You have no idea what you're talking about. So I'm sure you're not lying. Like I don't think that you're lying. I think that you're misinformed and you're the victim of misinformation. So it's all AI slap on her account. I know, right, Ducray? What is that? I have no idea what that was. That was so weird. There are bills and data literally showing doctors getting kickbacks per jab. No, there aren't, Matt Lawson. Show a single source. Give me a single source. Show it. Give me a source. Give me a single thing. Oh, wait. We're all waiting, guys. We're all waiting for Matt, guys. We're all waiting for him. We're all waiting on Matt. Matt Lawson. We're all waiting. I'm waiting. I practice alchemy. I know something, but I also know I don't know anything as a Mason member. You're an alchemist. I mean, it's literally in your name that you're an alchemist. So, I mean, I'm not surprised, but like, you know. Yes, user 7889. Nice. You are awesome. What about people that get injured from the jab? They're extremely rare. It's rare than getting hit by lightning, Billy, or getting eaten by a shark when you go out in the ocean. It's about more than 1 in a million chance. So the idea that this is the problem is too many people focus on the adverse side effects of vaccines and not the real risk of actual diseases and pathogens that viruses mitigate. We're talking 5 million people a year are saved by vaccines. We're talking about 4 million kids are saved every year from vaccines. So I think that people that are posting anti-vaccine stuff, you know who they're working for? Big Virus. That's what they're doing. They're getting kickbacks from Big Virus. That's whose side they're on. All vaccine studies that proved them to be safe don't use saline control. Yeah, it's just nonsense. Again, True Seeker, you don't think that they have saline controls in there? Of course they do. But that's not how you would test something. You'd have to have a mechanism. You don't think that that antibodies work by creating an immune response. So giving a saline control would just be them getting sick. And why in the world would you expose someone to a virus on purpose? That is unethical and awful, and that would be an awful experiment that would not be ethical to be done. As a nurse, I hate that us healthcare workers have to not only fight the system we work in that make it. It's sometimes impossible to do our jobs. Okay. I mean, I hope that you're saying that you should get vaccinated, but yeah. I think we'll die of old age waiting for resources someday. So I am 1 in a million. I doubt it, Billy. It sounds like you just got the victim of misinformation and you're psychosomatic and you have actual I don't think that you're vaccine injured, bro. Yeah. I don't think so. I think your people lied to you. Exactly, Mrs. Dr. G. So true. I love that in a pandemic, people are taking the virus's side. So true. So true. I wholeheartedly believe in vaccines. Well, Beanster, you're in the right position. You're right here, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good evening, Ruben. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. What about all these people who are getting these super cancers from getting the COVID vaccine? They aren't, Roxy. That's completely false and disinformation. There's no such thing as super cancer. Are you masking indoors at all? Where other people are sick? I do, yeah. If I'm going to some place where a bunch of people are sick, then I do. So doctors' offices, I do mask. Hi, Breezawara. How's it going? Yeah, I can't imagine. Why would you want to get sick? I mean, it's not just for COVID. Why would you want to go to places? Just link them. Just link the URL. I went blind in a week from a jab. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't go blind. Will there be a cancer vaccine in the future? So cancer is not just one thing. There's hundreds of different types of cancer. So the idea that there'd be one vaccine for it, probably not. Doesn't make much sense. But you can, good chance that there's gene therapies. No, Ruben. Damn it. We've gone over that, Ruben. I literally had you on and we talked about this. They did not have a cancer vaccine, bro. Matt Lawson, where is your source, bro? What are you talking about? That is not the oldest question. You just don't understand how virology works. Good, Annie. Thank you. Thank you for asking. God, Ruben, you were on, bro, and I locked you through for over an hour, brother. That exact question. Remember all those unvaccinated people who died during COVID? I know, Dagny, it was insane. You know, unvaccinated people died from COVID 10 times the rate as vaccinated people. Did you know that? You were 10 times more likely to die from COVID-19 if you were unvaccinated. So it's absolutely insane. Oh yeah, please tell the people that fetuses aren't used to make the vaccines. I know, Anna. It's insane. People, they're insane. I'm still masking indoor shopping and in the office. Many are sick right now. Yeah, user 789. Yeah, it's the safest thing that you can do for sure. No, it's not, Ruben. God damn it, Ruben. I literally talked to you about this, bro. I just joined. Sign waiver. How's it going? We got a bunch of anti-vaxxers somehow in the chat. It's okay. We're answering questions. Because none of them actually wanted to join up. So I'm just talking to chat. Oh, I'm sorry about that, 789. I'm sorry about that, man. All right, here we go. This is our first source, guys. Here we go. This is okay, nice. It's a really good source, guys. News GP. What kind of website is this about? Hard news features. Okay. GPs to receive cash incentives to vaccinate aged care and disability workers. The RACGP has welcomed the plan for GPs to collect $1,000 once they vaccinate 50 workers and $20 per worker therefore after. Yet, it's in Australia, mate. In Australia, gives you $8,000 to get vaccinated every year, mate. So of course they're gonna have an actual monetary reward to get vaccinated. Hello? Get your mind out of the gutter. Hello? Twat. Yeesh. GPs will now receive $1,000 payment. Wow, $1,000 for a GP once they vaccinate 50? Whoa. And $20 per worker thereafter? The funding is only available for vaccinations that are provided via dedicated in-reach service, but can be claimed in addition to the existing flag fall arrangements and the Medicare items for delivering COVID vaccines. The incentive is cumulative, which means the vaccinations can be delivered in one or multiple facilities. In addition, the payments can be backdated to April. The RACGP president, what is the RAC? That's the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. Many people may not realize that the vital role GPs play in caring for older people in aged care facilities. So it is a logical step for GPs to be incentivized to vaccinate those who care for the people in those facilities. GPs are the backbone of the COVID vaccine rollout. Yeah, this is money from the government, not from the freaking pharmaceutical company. Absolute brain dead take, bro. Again, guys. Come at the king, you best not miss. Read the article that you actually link me, by the way, and you actually will make some sense, okay? What is wrong with you people? How the original claim was that the pharmaceutical companies are paying doctors directly, and then now you think that a group that is a training college for general practitioners in Australia is the same as a pharmaceutical company? Like, what is wrong with your brain? What is wrong with you, bro? It's funny that he makes people show proof, but he can just say you're wrong with nothing but backing up. Yeah, a basic sentence of critical thinking completely demolishes your entire claim, because that's not what you claimed at all. Welcome to actually understanding things. Yeah, that's how easily your claim can unravel when you have no idea what you're talking about. That's not my fault, okay? Maria, vaccines are safe and effective. Viruses are real. Stay mad. I don't know why you want to be mad at me, but it's true. Sorry, Chupacabra. I apologize. Thank you, Beanster. Thank you. Israel does have the highest vaccination rate. It's incredible. They did a really good job there. Oh my gosh, Matt Lawson, just isn't it? You don't even read the same thing. You took 5 minutes to find a single source, bro, and you couldn't even find your own source. Like, what in the world? I heard that during the pandemic they made COVID a cause of death to receive money. Ruben, we've gone through this, brother. No, they didn't. It's a pandemic, so yeah, they're gonna link stuff with it, but they actually undercounted the amount of respirator time. They did, and that's what it actually is. And 7889 is actually correct. SARS-CoV-2 is actually still in a pandemic, just like HIV. That's just what it is. I'm sorry, but that's what is actually happening. The big money is from BCBS insurance kickbacks, starting at 66% of patients in practice are fully vaccinated. What? I would personally like to leave the world in a better place than I found it. Why would I take a vaccine? That's a good place to start, is in order to take the vaccine so you can eradicate diseases so you don't actually spread it. You were born in a world that had nearly eradicated a lot of stuff. Yes, that had nearly eradicated measles, but because of people that are absolute unvaccinated, uneducated people, now we have like measles actually coming back. So yeah, it's a huge problem. How and in what way would leaving the world a better place have more diseases that are being... Why would I take it away? Okay, Cousin Blue. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I misinterpreted what you were saying then. My bad. Yeah, if you exactly... Then you know what? I exactly agree with you, Cousin Blue. I exactly agree with you then. Because why if you want to make the world a better place, why would you leave it with more communicable diseases? I think that's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. I got you. I totally understand what you're talking about. I get it. Thank you for saying that, and I totally agree. That's like my founding philosophy for everything. Leave the world a better place. Leave it. Why would people be saying this stuff if it's not true? It was on a lot of podcasts. Because, bro, Ruben, we've gone through this, bro. Grifters, man. People lying in order to make their career because they're failed academics, they're failed scientists. Any thoughts on the allergy nose sprays that help prevent COVID infection? I don't know what the efficacy of that is yet. I'm not 100% sure. I was poisoned by vaccines 39 years ago, and now live my life like an AIDS patient. I really doubt that, Genghis Khan. I really doubt that. I think that's a bunch of misinformation. The vaccine's not a bioweapon. God gave us our immune system to deal with all that. Yeah, Maria, some people aren't... God didn't give them a functioning immune system, and God gave some people cancer that they actually have to take medications with that suppress their immune system. So God gave people the ability to get vaccines. So maybe God gave us vaccines. Your disease are man-made with a cure provided. Yeah, Genghis Khan, exactly. You don't believe in viruses being real. That's the problem. You don't agree with germ theory. That's not my problem, bro. Don't go up. He just wants to ridicule you. Bad intentions. Dude, políticamente, qué mal. Ay. So, qué niño. Qué niño. Okay, Matt Lawson, that's fine. If you really genuinely have these questions, bro, it's not... Yeah, I mean, big pharmaceutical companies are a problem in our healthcare system, but that doesn't mean that all the science is tainted because of that. It's all good. if you're actually asking those questions. I'm sorry, but I just have to adjust misinformation as it is. All my friends have been ill and they're not. No, Nikki, that's just misinformation. You're lying. Yeah, that's not true. I would have thought that the measles would be attributed to so much immigration coming into the country. Super Dad, no. People that are coming into the country actually have more vaccination because they have to be up to date in order to be vaccinated, in order to be an immigrant. So absolutely, we've actually had people that have immigrated to this country, and it blows their mind that they have all these people that are American citizens pushing this nonsense, this anti-vax stuff, when they themselves had to get vaccinated in order to come to the United States. So it's wild. You're a virtually signaling failed TikTok doctor. Thank you, Genghis Khan. Thank you for saying I'm a doctor. I appreciate you. It was a medical doc. I'm sure it was, Ruben. Thank you. I'm sure it was. And they know less about medicine than I do, apparently, which is absolutely awful. You doubt your own IRDS. No, you are DS. Because big wellness is a huge industry and they play on people's fears to make money with lies. I mean, big wellness? Do you mean like the for-profit green tea people? Can I get the flu, C9 shingles vaccines all at once? Gen X, I know you can do the flu and C19. I don't know about the shingles at the same time. I would ask your person. Cancer is parasites. Nope, Genghis Khan. You don't know anything. We get vaccinated for our other people, yeah, and Linda, and ourselves too. If you want to be selfish about it, you can say it. You can get vaccinated for yourself too. It's okay. Nikki, I've been fine. No vax, and I'm healthier than those who have. Oh, cool. So we're all living in Nikki's world apparently, because we're all around her. You haven't had smallpox either, and that's because vaccines eradicated that. So thank vaccines for that one. Because of vaccines, we now have turbo cancer. False. More nonsense. It's crazy how many times it's posted, but it's not true. Why was there graphene oxide in the vax? There wasn't. It's just more absolute nonsense, misinformation. You could use a spectrophotometer in order to read graphene in the vaccine, and there isn't any, and it's just nonsense. Terrain theory. Exactly. I'm glad you actually said it. You don't actually understand viruses and you don't understand what's actually happening. Thank you, Genghis Khan, for saying what it is. So yeah, absolutely. You don't understand germ theory. You don't understand viruses. Genghis Khan, your science knowledge is based off of the 1600s, bro. You are in the 1600s right now. What other discredited scientific theory from the 1600s do you actually believe in? Tell me, like, what other thing? You're just a little troll paid by USAID. I am actually paid by DOD. So you're open to all conversations. I think that there's a lot of misinformation. Open debates are great. Yeah, I mean, normally people get in the box, but they're a little afraid, but it's okay. Maria, you can be mad. Stay mad. Facts don't care about your feelings. Bye. Yeah. It's sad, guys. I mean, they spend so much time reading about vaccine side effects and 0% about measles, about smallpox, about polio. They know nothing about viruses because a lot of them think that viruses are fake. It's because they think that the lab leak is real. You can't find that doctor anymore because there is none, Ruben. If you are scouring the internet for a single source that tries to agree with your discredited claim, that is not what you want to do, Ruben. That is not what you want to use Google for, my friend. That's not what you use the uniform. In the UK, we are happy to have vaccines to protect us and our families. I'm here now because of them. Happy girl, you're in the lot with us, man. That's the problem, is that the United States and the UK did equally as bad deaths per capita in COVID. One of the worst in the entire world. It's because of rampant disinformation, rampant anti-intellectualism. It's absolutely insane. Exactly. Morgan, do not believe this lying person. Viruses do not exist. Exactly. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Thank you for posting it in chat. Thank you so much. Only in the world without diseases can you get these conspiracy theories. Exactly, Jeff. Exactly. Viruses do not exist. Well, there's multiple of them. Isn't that incredible? They're multiplying like viruses. Morgan, come on in the box. I would love to talk to you. Any of you guys. See, I think, guys, we are eradicating these anti-vaxxers that want to join the calls. I think we are so vaccinated now. It's like a herd immunity. We are spreading, and they are unable to actually join. No, they can still join the box if they want to. But they're being destroyed by our antibodies. We're picking them off one by one. No one's joining your sheep herd. Literally, Genghis Khan. Literally, we have a counter, brother. Genghis Khan, we literally have a counter that we have that's floating above my head to count the amount of vaccinations. What's the difference between the mRNA vaccines and the live attenuated vaccines? So the mRNA vaccines produce they deliver an RNA molecule that creates proteins off of that. Live attenuated vaccines are vaccines that are an old directed evolution experiment, basically. So they have a virus that has been bred multiple generations to have zero mortality, so it doesn't kill the host, but it has the effect of giving you an antibody response to that evolved virus. The problem is that live attenuated vaccine is a different sequence than the original one, and it's not good, especially during all the vaccines, Beauty Garden, all of them. So the idea during a pandemic is that you want an RNA sequence that specifically matches the current majority strain in the population. So mRNA is a really good technology to do that. Live attenuated isn't the way to go to do that. What is the process of creating vaccines for diseases that mutate very rapidly? You do population genetics of the viral population. You look at the sequence, and then you make a vaccine that matches that sequence. And it takes about 3 to 4 days to sequence the genome of the virus. And then it takes about 2 weeks to make a new mRNA vaccine. So it takes about less than a month in order to actually make a new vaccine. Good question, Lux. Good question. Is there a concern about the mRNA spike protein harming the immune system? So if you're concerned about that amount of spike protein, then I would be very worried about the COVID one, because COVID, so SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. COVID is the disease that's caused by the virus. So it's like a HIV and AIDS scenario. So SARS-CoV-2, a SARS-CoV-2 infection is going to have way more viral load than the 20 micrograms of RNA that's delivered. So if you're worried about that type of thing, the spike proteins, then your SARS-CoV-2 is going to be worse. But no, I mean, because of the RNA isn't self-replicating, and it's a small amount, then no, it's not. There's no worry about it. What happens if they deny it in FL? They could be really bad. Really bad. It decrease our chances of getting to a good herd immunity, and envy. Oh, envy human. So funny. RFK is a menace with no medical training whatsoever. True. 1669. True. What is lucifera in the vaccine? Luciferase? There's no luciferase in the vaccine. Oh, Lux, nice. Yeah, Lux, for sure. Matt Lawson, I had all my vaccines until this one. That's. Hey, you can always change, bro. You can always change. It's one of the safest vaccines that's ever been developed. Yeah, it's called. Yeah, Kiki, that's called luciferase. AES. Yeah, luciferase. There is none in the vaccine, or else it would glow, bro. That's Luciferase is the thing that makes it glow. So you'd literally you'd see the glow. It's obviously there's no luciferase in it. COVID vaccine has caused me to develop tachycardia. I now take a beta blocker. It's scary. No, it sounds like you actually got a COVID infection because the vaccine's not going to do that to you. Sorry, Anne. But it sounds like you had an actual COVID infection and the vaccine might have prevented it from developing even more, and vaccine probably saved your life. So, Dr. Malone put it in there. No, you're not understanding what happened, Kiki. So Robert Malone delivered a fluorescent protein in 1987 or 1989. And it's not what the actual vaccine is. It's not even connected whatsoever. So Dr. Robert Malone has no idea what he's talking about when he says he has no idea what he's talking about. Matt Lawson, genuinely, bro, thank you. I'm sorry that I came in hot, man, and I'm happy you're always welcome to be here and answering these questions, and that's what the whole point of this thing is for, like, legitimately. So, yeah. I am not, Anne. No, I'm not. I'm a microbiology PhD. So I'm a scientist doctor, not a medical doctor. No, he didn't make it. No, he didn't. Again, he did basically lipid nanoparticle RNA transfection in 1989. And it has nothing to do with the actual vaccine that was developed. And it took over 20 years in order to do that. So, scientist doctor, do you like that, Dr. T? Do you like that? I hate how people, like, it's like, oh, I'm not a medical doctor, and it's like, wait, I am a doctor though, but I'm a scientist doctor. I'm trying that new wording out. Let me know if you like it, Dr. T. You can use it, by the way, too. I'm glad I didn't take any of them, Tammy. That's not good. You can actually switch it around. You can change. It's okay. I appreciate your time going over this info. Seems like have a lot to fear. Yeah, Super Dad. I think a lot of people live in fear of what they don't know, man. And science hasn't done a good job of communicating and making these an ability to have this open question and this open dialogue. So, yeah, I think that's a problem. Do you think that some injuries from COVID jabs have been covered up? Here in Australia, they were. No, we know a lot about them, dude. If anything, they've been over-reported. So we have the VAERS system, the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, and like we track a lot of them, and yeah, it's not true. Oh, Bridge, I got your COVID booster. Let's go. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yes, Bridge. Thank you. Please look up Dr. Malone after you're live. You might learn. Okay, Kiki, I literally explained to you what Robert Malone's actual paper was, and I've actually read his 1989 paper where he actually, that you're talking about. So I actually know more about his research than you do. I'm explaining to you what he did, but you don't know enough about it to know that I'm actually talking about him. And I'm literally trying to explain to you what is actually happening, and you don't get it. So I don't know what you're talking about. You've just made the industry richer. Oh, stay mad, Kelly. Facts don't care about your feelings. I've had 2 every year. It's a nurse. I'm a liver transplant. Thank you so much, Beauty. Hey, if you get vaccinated this week, let me know, okay? Hulda Clark cleanses, Ruben. Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. I've heard of Hulda Clark cleanses, actually. I have. Pray for Charlie. I hope he makes it into heaven's doors, bud. Hope they make me. I just had mine last weekend. Beauty Garden. That's another one, guys. That's another one. Good job. Beauty Garden gets one. 3, 2, 1. Yes, Beauty Gardens. There you go. Oh, nice, Gen X. Yeah, for sure. 1669. It's okay, man. We do what we can. This is every night, bro. This is every night. Long live the freedom to choose. Yeah, except for the people that didn't choose to get cancer or didn't choose to be born with genetic diseases that have a compromised immune system. So that's why we get vaccinated, bro, for herd immunity, because the best thing you can do as a young person is get vaccinated. In Australia, many people went to get compensation for injuries and were gaslighted. That didn't help. Huh. Yeah, I'm actually mad. I'm curious about I got my flu shot today, Heather. Nice. Let's go. Guys, dude, we're racking up. I love this. 142. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Oh my God. And got another 2. We got another 2 over here. Come on, guys. Give it up for Ann. 3, 2, 1. And thank you. All right. I love it. And another 2. And Edelman, thank you so much. I don't understand the anti-vax agenda. I know. It doesn't make any sense to me either, Goro. Doesn't make sense. I'm wondering how much Moderna pays you. Not more than Soros. You know, it's Soros always pays the most. How do you talk to family who are anti-vax? Man, that's a good question, Vincia. It's a really good question. I mean, you have to ask them. Oh, Gaynor's back. Hey, what's up, Gaynor? Dude, Gaynor watches the show more than anyone else. She really loves the show, guys. I watch, and she's like watching 2 or 3 hours a night. It's pretty awesome. Thank you, Gaynor, for being here. I think, Vince, I think you want to ask them questions. You want to ask them to see, you want to ask them why do they believe that? And if it's like a thing that they don't believe in viruses are being real, then you should talk to them about viruses being real. If you think that if it's about this vaccine, then you should talk about the COVID-19 vaccines. All right, I got the flu zone with my COVID-19. Nice beauty garden. I think we already got them. I think we got 2 already. Can I ask it honest? Do you actually get sponsored to run these debates? No, Matt. I'm just a scientist, man, that lives in San Diego. And I just think that, like, I've been doing this since 2021, bro. I used to talk to anti-vax groups, the No New Normal and Reddit subreddit. I used to have my own. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, beauty. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. There it is. Matt, I used to talk to, hey, AMDZ, how's it going? I used to talk to anti-vax people all the time without streaming, without anything like that. And because I genuinely want to try to help people, teach about science, let them learn. I think that science does a really bad job of communicating what's actually happening, and there's no actual place for people to ask questions. And I think that this could be it, so trying to make a difference in my own little way. I am seriously suffering from long COVID. I've had shingles, metabolic acidosis, pulmonary embolism. I'm so sorry, Tara. I'm so sorry about that. Long COVID's real, guys. If you have COVID, you got about a 20% chance of you are helping Moderna and Pfizer too, Policamente, not just Moderna, Pfizer too. Don't let them out. I'm sorry about that, Blue, because I'm Blue. I'm sorry about that. That you can't get COVID anymore. I know it's crazy. I walked 1,700 kilometers to change the Australian compensation scheme. I wouldn't say I'm anti-vax though. Okay. I think that we should steal your guys' compensation program. I love that people are getting $8,000 in order to be vaccinated. I think that's a good idea. He's a grant grabber and has never advocated anything for him except for himself. Thank you, Tri-Snifties. Thank you. That's great. I'm pretty sure we're advancing a lot other than just me. I don't know, Jeff. I don't understand it. Why do people think of a company taking money off a safety product? It's crazy. The vaccine is like the lowest cost thing the profit margin thing that they have too. It's insane. Anti-vax people make more money for the pharmaceutical companies than vaccines do, because a measles shot, an MMR, is $100. Okay, and the measles during an outbreak, about $47,000 per patient that is spent in the hospital. So a pharmaceutical company is going to make way more money on that $47,000 than they are that $100 vaccine. Absolutely. I'm so sorry, Tara. I am so sorry. Long COVID is real. I see you. I feel you. And I totally, I'm so sorry about that. You know, that, guys, that's why you want to get vaccinated. Long COVID is real. Sophist. Oh, thank you. You're so kind. You're so kind. Um, 20% of COVID patients are going to develop long COVID, guys, and that is a neurodegenerative disease that causes a lot of other things. So it could trigger other types of what are you talking about? 20. Why did it keep changing? What's changing? So basically the long COVID is a neurodegenerative disease that can trigger a lot of different other things like vertigo, loss of hearing, loss of smell, all that kind of stuff, and it goes and it doesn't come back sometimes. So it's bad. We're still figuring out what it is. They originally said the jab would stop the people catching CV, then transmission, then death. Why? It did stop people from catching it. If you had a low enough viral load, then the vaccine does prevent transmission. Absolutely. If you have the vaccine, you're gonna have antibodies that kill down the viral load, so you do actually transmit less, and it did protect you from death 10 times the rate as the unvaccinated people. So in other words, if you were unvaccinated, you were 10 times more likely to die in the United States than a vaccinated person. So it absolutely did all of those things. So that was just misinformation, unfortunately. Did you say that we should get the MMR again if it's been over 10 years? NPW, there was a paper that we read that did show that there was some tighter drop off after 10 years. So I would, if you don't have the vaccine card, I would check into it. Yeah. Vaccines wreck the immune system. Yeah, you can just get muted. That's all good. Yeah, guys, you can do whatever you want. You can have whatever different opinion, but if you're just all caps spamming the same thing, you know, you're going to get muted. And if it happens again, you're going to get blocked for sure. So if RFK doesn't know what he's doing about why hasn't Fauci sued? I don't think that you can sue as a single person. The HHS, brother. I don't think that that's how it works. Are all coronaviruses capable of causing long COVID, or is this unique to C19? Wow, Jeff, that's a really good question. Pretty sure this is just COVID-19 because it's a neurodegenerative disease that's linked with COVID specifically. So yeah, I think that's that. Oh, 5-minute sickle cell. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Initially, they said that you couldn't catch it. Then they said that lower slows the transmission. It was a mess. Yeah, it does slow the transmission. It does. So again, a lot of people we are talking the COVID vaccine. The COVID vaccine lowers your viral load. So if you have a lower viral load, you're going to be less likely to transmit it to someone else. If you have a low enough starting viral load, it could stop you from transmitting it entirely. So yeah, it did help with those things. And you were 10 times more likely to survive if you had the vaccine. So it absolutely does make a big difference, guys. Is it monitored? If my license says Florida, can I get my shot next time I travel? For sure, because I'm blue. Yeah, for sure. Nobody's going to stop you from getting a COVID vaccine. What is the MMR vaccine? It's the measles, mumps, rubella, all in the same one. So you get all of them at the same one. That's the money. That is the one that you want. Why do they hate Florida? I don't know, because I'm blue. I think DeSantis, hopefully DeSantis. Oh, thank you so much. Sickle cells lessons. Thank you. I think it's just they're really misinformed, you know, and it's causing a lot of people a lot of danger. Every single shingle sufferer I know advises me that I will regret not taking the vaccine. Claire, that is very true. Everyone says it's like the most painful thing in the world. So I would definitely recommend getting it if you have the ability. Why did doctors put patients on remdesivir, then on air, then when dialysis was needed? What are you talking about? Remdesivir is a way that you can try to It's like a Paxlovid is a way to try to keep down the COVID, stuff. But I don't think that it is a new vaccine, Blue. But I don't know. I mean, you have air is from a respirator, so they couldn't breathe. They had pneumonia. Kiki. They had. Yeah, Gaynor. You don't want to be on remdesivir, but you need to breathe. So if they have pneumonia and they can't breathe, then that's what you'd put them on a respirator with. Remdesivir is a way that you can actually treat the COVID infection. Are glioblastomas genetic? I know it's an off topic, but no doctor has been able to give me an answer. Zuzu, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a microbiology PhD. I'm a scientist doctor. But I mean, glioblastoma isn't that a cancerous? Isn't that cancerous? Yeah, remdesivir is an antiviral, exactly. So they're trying to stop the spread and the amount of the COVID infection. I know 2 people had shingles and it's no joke, incapacitating for months. Yeah, it's just me. I've heard the same thing. Well, I heard COVID is just going to be here from now on, like the common cold or flu. Sure, Ruben, then get the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine if that's what you believe. That's fine. If that's what you want, then get both vaccines. Is it true that the vaccine creates heart issues in some people? There's a 580% chance higher to get heart issues from SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 than it is the vaccine. So it's extremely rare. It's about the chance of getting struck by lightning that you get myocarditis from the vaccine, 1 in a million chance. And if you want, it's a 580%, 5.8 times or 580% more likely chance to get myocarditis from SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. So it's crazy. Why is the shingles vax only available for plus 50? It's just a supply issue right now, Jeff. Yeah. What, really? Glio is an aggressive brain cancer, and you never heard of it? Is it a genetic component? Really, potato chip popple. I would think that all brain cancers would have some genetic component. That would be my hypothesis. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, guys. I have no idea. But I would think that some cancers that somehow are a genetically like they're I don't know though. Has the same symptoms as pneumonia, but shouldn't be on the respirator. Should be on dialysis. Well, kicking, it sounds like you should make a study out of it and understand. But it sounds like there's not going to be that because no medicine actually agrees with you. I had all the childhood diseases. Would I need the MMR vaccine? At 78, if you haven't had it since you were a child, then there's a good chance that I would get the booster, Annie. I'm not your physician. Yeah. Why can't we just eradicate it? Why can't we just eradicate COVID-19? Ruben, because people aren't getting vaccinated, brother. That's why. That's why. You eradicate diseases by vaccinating, by masking, and all that kind of stuff. Those are all the things that we didn't do, Ruben. That is the problem. Shingles is listed as a side effect of COVID vaccines. What? I mean, there's neurodegenerative issues that happen from that. I don't think that it's a side effect. Isn't the myocarditis also more severe from COVID illness? Yeah, it's pericarditis. That could be myocarditis, pericarditis, and it's more severe for sure. I don't know 5 million people, but 5 people I know I have it. You know 5 people that have COVID side effects? No, you don't. Quizzical. No, you don't. That's a lie. Cancer is caused by parasites. Parasites are in vaccines. Yeah, nope. Not good try, Gaynor. Good try. Not true. None of that's true. How often should I get the MMT? Are you talking about MMR? I think that after 10 years it starts going down. So I would maybe look at your vaccine card. Hey, Light Spiritual Warriors in here. How's it going? How often should we get MMR and Tdap? Zuzu, I got it. I got my boosters when my wife was pregnant. So just because Tdap and whooping cough and stuff, they just recommend it. That's actually what this is right here. So this is the vaccine facts of the day is Tdap during pregnancy protects newborns. 78% fewer pertussis cases in infants less than 2 months and 90% protection against pertussis hospitalizations. So that's why Tdaps vaccines during pregnancies, very good idea. Check it out. Check it out. Herpes zoster deactivation is definitely listed as a side effect. Yeah, so I mean, it's going to be listed as a side effect of COVID, maybe, because COVID, again, is a neurodegenerative disease. So yeah, maybe. And if you want to avoid COVID complications and the neurodegenerative diseases associated with COVID, then you get the COVID vaccine. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, thanks for coming here, Light Spiritual Warrior. I see the stats and you watch so much and I really appreciate it. I think the last time you were here, you're in for over 2 hours. So I appreciate you, man. Why are so many misinformed people? Vaccines help survive diseases. I know. It's just me. I know. I think it's a lot of AI, bro. I think these AI algorithms push people into these conspiracy places because it's easy for them to understand. And it's vaccines. I mean, conspiracies are an easy way to understand a complex topic, and they're easily pushed to people. Once you believe one conspiracy, you're more likely to believe the other. So that's why we have the lists. The lists, people. The list is the conspiracy list that we go down. Light Spiritual Warrior, I guarantee you that Light Spiritual Warrior agrees with about 90% of these. Here we go. Here's the list, people. Germ theory. I guarantee that he doesn't believe that germs are real. Blink thinks that they came from the lab. He thinks that the moon landing. Okay, Matt Lawson, you can jump in and we can voice chat anytime, bro. Whatever anytime. Moon landing's fake. Space is fake. Flat Earth. 6,000-year-old Earth. He thinks that gravity is fake. Evolution isn't real. Dinosaurs are fake. Climate change isn't happening. Vaccines aren't safe. He thinks that water has a memory. Tell me. Matt, oh yeah, Matt, if you're still listening, bro, you're welcome anytime. You're welcome anytime, brother. Thank you, Renee. Thank you. The list, News Drafts. The list. People weren't likely to make it to 30 before the year 1830. Why does no one trust science? Exactly, Bitchy. That's a great point. I totally agree with you. I got my pneumonia and RSV to help me out. Missouri Kate, did you just get that? Did you just get it this week? You call me a liar. You prove my point. I guess, well, then don't be a liar then, Quizzical. Just say the thing that's the correct thing. You do not know what I think. That is ignorant. I guarantee you believe some of that stuff. Get out of here. I guarantee you. I guarantee you do. Prove me wrong. Request up. Prove me wrong. Where do people think that polio went? No, well, they don't think. So, Tara, they don't think that polio was real. They don't think that polio was an actual virus. That's why. I think you missed that birds have cameras and they film everything. Oh, the birds is fake? That's a good one. Oh my God, are birds fake? Oh, dude, that's a good one. Birds are fake. That's a good one. Hey, I believe in some of that stuff, but I'm normal. Ruben, you're so cute. You're so cute, Ruben. You're so cute. What's the water memory theory? Pam, it's that these water molecules have the memory of them trapped in their bonds, in that they have, this is a Gaynor. If you scroll up, literally Gaynor did the thing. Water isn't dead. Dead water wouldn't be nutritious. So that's, you guys, this is why we don't ban people that don't have, that have all these opposing beliefs, because they're in chat and we just say, people think that I'm making this stuff up, and then they can't wait to espouse their stuff in chat. And it's right there. It's right there. How does a tetanus shot differ? By the way, dinosaurs obviously do still exist. That's very true, Claire. They do still exist. Tetanus shots is a vaccine. It is a vaccine. Expose my mind every time because my aunt is still paralyzed from polio. I'm so sorry, Juliana. I'm sorry about that. flowers are fake. I don't know, maybe. But how do they deny chicken pox and COVID? I don't know, man. Surely you believe in some conspiracies. No, Matt, I really do try to not believe in conspiracies, man, because I think that it just rots the brain, dude. I really try to not. And if I don't know something, I try to just say I don't know and not say I don't understand rather than try to think of a conspiracy. I think I'm okay with not knowing something. Tetanus shot will cause IBS issues. You know what's going to cause more? Tetanus will cause a lot worse than IBS, dude. Who pays you to dispute these things? You do, Kim Marie. Kim, you do. I've gotten $5 for being here for 2 hours. You guys do. You pay me. Not enough. That's why you should subscribe. I know. Guys, I did not create Gaynor in a lab. She's a real person. It is a real thing. I don't pay her to be here. But a questioning mind is part of science. Look at tobacco and asbestos. We need to be fluent. I know, I agree, Matt. I do hold some things, but that doesn't mean that I accept the scientific theories on them. I have some questioning things. I think, personally, I think that viruses actually should be considered living. Okay, personally, I do. But I know that the scientific community doesn't, so therefore they are not considered living. You know what I mean? So I think that like anything with a genome that evolves, it should be considered living. But other scientists and other virologists don't, and I'm not a virologist. I'm a microbiologist, and I accept their expertise in it. So therefore, they're not considered living. You know what I mean? Okay, guys, this is your time. I should do this every hour. Ducray always yells at me. She always yells at me when I don't do this. I have to do this. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to our last subscriber. 5-minute sickle cell lessons. Really great conversations whenever she comes on. Thank you guys so much for coming on and requesting up. More and more people are getting scared to request up. I don't know. I think we're whittling it down. I think we've actually. Thank you for following, Matt. Appreciate you. Jeff, top gifter stars. Thank you. Trouble Wubble, 5-minute sickle cell lessons. Thank you. Trouble Wubble. Oh, Tiny Diny. Thank you. Ducray, Marsha Mello, Maiden. Thank you. Renee. Whoa, top liker, Mrs. Dr. G. What? She's got double number 2. What is going on? Incredible work. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for 1 like. 1,000 likes or 10,000 likes like Mrs. Dr. G. Wow, she's doing work right now. MB Human, Marsha Mello, Jen, Maiden of Mayhem, Marlis, Ashley, Melanie, Nikki. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for the subscriptions. It's the number one way that you can help the channel. Thank you guys so much. Also, guys, thank you for the follows and the shares. Those are free and they really help out to get us out into your networks. It really does make a difference. Thank you so much. Also, I got super chats in my link tree. Also, we have we have the Discord. So we got like subscriber only Discord voice chats. That's where we actually talk and share the resources, share our show notes, all that kind of good stuff, all in the Discord, guys. Also in my link tree, you got my publications as a scientist. Who am I? What am I doing? I don't know. Gaynor's been clicking that link a lot. She's constantly reading up on all the things that I do, and it's really nice. I think that she's going to be my next algae nanotechnologist. I think it's really cool. Anyway, also, guys, I've revamped my YouTube so it has the best of conversations. If you're wondering what kind of conversations that I've had that were actually really, really good. And we used to have a lot more people that requested up, and I've scared them all off, apparently. I don't know what's going on. Also, guys, I put in there, if you're listening to me and you feel like you got banned and you were untimely banned, I got an unban request form on there just in case, because we don't ban often, but I just just in case if you do feel like you got banned wrongly. That's how we can do it. So I feel like questioning gets called a conspiracy to shut down debate. No, Matt. So basically, the questioning and skepticism in science is totally normal. Scientists are the biggest skeptics, actually. That is like the number one thing that I wish people understood, is that scientists are actually super skeptical. And there's tons of debate in science. So yeah, it happens constantly. It's just that once you get to the point where you have a consensus, then the debate is kind of over, right? Like climate change, for example, that humans are negatively impacted the environment. I mean, that's from biology, chemistry, physics, everything. Everyone's coming together to have the same conclusion. So the idea that you could somehow debate at that point, like, not really. So that yeah, there's tons of debate. How would you learn without being curious? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't believe in climate change, just weather patterns. I'm sure you do, Ruben. I'm sure you do. Sometimes the wording is semantics, though. Climate change is real, but the fear mongering loses people. I mean, the problem is that science has predictive qualities, so that's what it is. So there's predictive abilities that science has, and it's not. So it is what it is, man. I mean, we are going through like an extinction event right now. You know, the we're polluting at crazy rates. The ecologists, the ecology studies are insane. Like of all the all good, Matt. Like wetlands, for example. Wetlands, like 90% of wetlands that have gone extinct in the last 50 years. So it's absolutely a huge thing. Inject first, ask later, or never. No, you can always get vaccines. Vaccines are safe and effective every single time.
Yeah,
how's it going? What's up, man?
You? Yeah, I would just like to make a quick claim here about the vaccine. All the people who are hating on Charlie Clerk are all vaccinated. You couldn't find me 5 people who didn't take the vax who hate Charlie Kirk. Everybody who took the COVID shots are hating on. It's fundamentally changed their brain, their programming, and you couldn't literally let me find 5 people who didn't take the vax who's like, oh yeah, it's a good thing Charlie Kirk is dead. You couldn't find me 5 people who are unvaxxed who would say something like that. Yet you can find, and even if they deny it, it's 100% true. They're lying. It's what they've done. What that vax has done to their brains is made them soulless and evil. And this is a consequence of the life for the propaganda that people like you push out onto people. You're sick and you're a disgusting, depraved human being. The truth is all around us, yet you still continue to pander lies. And that's why people resent people like you so much. That's why I resent you. And I resent all the other creators here on TikTok who do all these derangement streams, telling fabricated lies and protecting and shilling for big pharma and certain ethnic groups of people. You're just a cog in the wheel of depravity for society by your ideology alone. Could very well even end up for the extinction. You could very well, people like you and your ideology could very be well the reason that white people go extinct. What you've done to them, what you do to, yeah, because white people, white liberal women, who like taking vaccines, who like filling their kids up with as many vaccines they can possibly get into them as soon as they come out of the womb. What to speak of flu shots and COVID shots while they were pregnant.
Do you think that viruses are real?
Yeah, I do, but that's really irrelevant.
Do you think that germs are real?
The accusation
Do you think that viruses cause disease?
I do, but
okay, cool.
That's irrelevant.
Do you think that
what you guys
do you think that
do you think
that Earth is flat?
Oh yeah, here comes the playbook. Do you think it's flat?
No.
Here comes your playbook of deception and lies, your pivots. This is why you're such a pathetic loser. Because you say like you can't have a reasonable discussion. You see the thing with debate here, Greg.
You were here coming in for reasonable discussion. Is that what this is?
Yeah, this is okay. The accusations that I'm leveling against you.
Mm-hmm. This is reasonable for you.
You retort with total crap, with ridiculous nonsense.
You got so triggered, bro. I said 5 words and you triggered. I got triggered so bad.
What to speak of the Henry Ford document that just came out that shows all vax kids are hundreds and hundreds of times more likely to have different conditions.
Not true. None of that's true.
Different neurodevelopment conditions.
Nope.
Different skin conditions.
Nope.
Different physical ailments.
Wrong.
Henry Ford. Yeah, see, that's all you can do. You can chat no. Well,
it's not true,
beyond you. If you want to trick and fool yourself and be stupid.
Can you link it? Let's link it. Let's link it. What is it? What is it? Henry Ford. What is? Let's check it out. Henry Ford vaccine. What is it called?
Yeah, just released. It's the Henry Ford study. You'll look it up from the Henry Ford medical something or other. It's just dropped in the news. Just the
evidence base for vaccine safety and efficacy. Henry Ford Health.
An actual study between unvaxxed children and vaccinated children. An actual, not one with corrupt placebos or corrupt double-blind studies. This is the real deal. So I mean, the lid has been blown on you guys so many times. Yet you consider to just try and sweep all this stuff under the rug. You're a lowlife, man.
Okay, it says okay. I just looked it up. Here's the testimony. It's not a study. It's a Jake Scott on evidence base for vaccine safety and efficacy. Again, so the scientific evidence supporting vaccine safety and efficacy reports one of the most extensive and transparent bodies of medical research ever assembled. Vaccines have saved an estimated 154 million lives globally over 54 years, eliminated smallpox from the planet, and reduced diseases like polio and measles by over 99% in the United States. Since April 2025, I have co-led. This is what it is. I looked it up, and this is what I Henry Ford vaccine study, and this is what it is. This is your own study.
No, it's not.
If vaccines could cause a chronic disease, our safety systems would have seen it, and they haven't. Dude. What are you talking about? I'm looking at you. I'm looking for what exactly.
Something totally.
That's what it is.
You're such a huckster.
You can't link it.
You're just
link it. Can you give a single source for anything?
Yeah.
Give it to me. I want to pull it up. I want to read it. Link it in chat. Let's read it.
Where is my documents? But I mean, you're just gonna try and talk them all away anyway, just like you do.
Let's see what you got.
Special.
Let's look at your reports.
Dime a dozen shill.
Yeah, because you guys are so unique. You know, like obviously the anti-vaxxers. You guys are just absolute like
leading people. You're gonna leading people into addiction, chronic health life problems for the rest of their life. You advocate little infants to take the most toxic
not diseases. What do you know about diseases, bro? What do you know about polio? What do you know about polio?
Yeah, I know polio was a disease because they were spraying kids with DDT.
Oh, exactly, because it's not a virus. Exactly. You don't believe in germ theory, bro. You don't believe in germ theory.
Because humans have
exactly. God, dude, isn't it crazy how I just know you so well before even more than you know yourself? Yeah, do you know about smallpox? Can you talk about smallpox? What's smallpox?
Smallpox was created. This is how they created the.
They created smallpox, exactly. So they created it in a lab.
They took
exactly
an infected cow pustule, An infected cow pustule.
Exactly. Exactly. You don't understand. You don't understand your own thing, bro. You don't think that viruses are real. You don't think that viruses are real. Dude, can we get a source? Can we get the Henry Ford sut?
Why can't
I can't. I can't. Because you're just spouting nonsense. You don't think viruses are real.
From the cow, and they wiped it on the wound of their test subject. That's real scientific,
dude. Yeah, like in like the 1700s. You know the first vaccine. It's the first vaccine, dude. Is 1796. That's when it was first actually developed. Yeah, so you're talking about science from the 1700s, bro. What are you talking about?
What was the procedure?
I don't. It's some 1700s fucking like science stuff.
Check the procedure.
I literally know more about it than you do. What are you talking about? Can we get to the source for the the vaccine thing?
You're Dr. Quack, man. Dr. Greg Quack up here.
Give it to me.
The extinction of the Western societies.
Mm-hmm. You're so mad, dude. Facts don't care about your feelings, bro.
Whose lives will be derailed from day one because they've been injected by the toxin serpent of big pharma and shills like Dr. Quack Greg debates.
You literally have no.
And, if you want me to start I'd be more than happy to start dropping some studies on you. I'm sorry I have to lambast you.
I think that is, Matt. I think that is.
Evil.
Oh, sorry, lambasting.
Sick to my stomach. How can I not censure you for the evil that you commit up here every night?
You're so angry. You're like so triggered, bro. You're so triggered. I love it.
The harm that people like you cause.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my initial claim was,
so none of this.
I'm making a hypothesis here.
Okay,
Greg,
yeah, and it's not right. And it's like someone found it in chat. Someone found it in chat for you. Someone actually found it in chat. This is the some crazy guy that went and testified is posted it in the Senate. So again, this is not a study. Okay, this is not a study. This is just a paper that was written by 4 people that wasn't actually submitted anywhere. So it's not actually
unvaxxed.
Yeah, it says impact
versus unvaxxed report.
No, it's not.
Vaccinated kids have 453% more neurodevelopmental disorders. 57%.
Yeah, it's not an actual study. It's not an actual study. You realize that, right? It's not a peer-reviewed study. No, it's not.
329% more asthma in vaxxed.
Yeah, how many people? 18,000 children?
496% more autoimmune issues.
The probability of being free of chronic diseases up 43% vaccination.
Developmental disorders.
Yeah, again, this isn't an actual study. Again, so this isn't a study. You realize that. This isn't an actual study. This is no, it's not. No, it's not. You don't understand what a study is. This isn't a peer-reviewed study that's actually published anywhere. They haven't been able to publish anywhere because it's nonsense. So like when you were like, this is an actual study. This is an actual study. Like that's not what it is. You just don't understand what an actual study is, and you think that this is real. Oh my god! Oh, this is so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny.
This is it. They compared the unvaccinated with the vaccinated, not some quack placebo fake.
You have no idea. You have no idea.
Placebo of another vaccine. No, this was pure vax versus unvaxxed.
Yeah, I mean, what it probably is that the unvaccinated children aren't going to be actually going into the physician's office. They're not actually going to be monitored, so they're probably not going to be like getting picked up on a lot of these chronic health conditions. So they probably still have them, but they're sick as hell, and they're not being caught. If that's what actually is happening, that's what it would be. As a retrospective, we cannot exclude the possibility of unidentified confounders. We lacked information on socioeconomic status or potentially relevant post-birth factors such as diet or lifestyle, but did adjust for several important baseline confounders such as gender, blah, 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 to detect the potential for...
5 days ago, this was published.
It's not published. It's not published. It's not published. This is not an actual study. No, it's not published. It actually isn't. No, it's not, dude. So the
revealed
biggest
in the
one that
US
actually, if you
Senate.
actually want to
Sorry,
see
my
a
guy,
real,
it was
if you,
released in the U.S. Senate.
that's not a scientific publication.
It was
You think that the
released in the
Senate
US
is
Senate.
actually where
You're
the
a
Senate?
clown.
Wait. So you think that the Senate is where a scientific journal?
This is where
Wait, you think that the Senate? You think the U.S. Senate is where an actual journal publication?
Go to die.
You think that it's Senate
Yeah,
is a journal publication?
Finished. Any person who isn't incompetent can look this up for themselves.
Yeah, and they can be misled because they don't understand what's actually going on. Just because it's downloadable off the internet doesn't mean that it's an actual real thing. You realize that, right?
329% more asthma, 203%
No,
more atopic.
dude, that's most kids have asthma. Yeah, most kids do have asthma. That is the thing. So here is the actual stats if you actually want. So the biggest actual study that's actually ever been done is 1.2 million kids over 20 years in Denmark, and they found zero link to any neurodivergence. Yeah, so that was, and it's actually published, and it's actually peer reviewed, and it's not just like pushed up. Yeah, you don't understand. Yeah, that's not. You don't do a placebo on something where you're gonna actually. Okay.
Hey, look, man.
Yeah.
You're incompetent.
I've already had people try to report me to the FBI, by the way. So you can. Yeah. Do you know Bondingo? Do you know Bondingo? Is that what a thing? Because I had one of his staffers in here trying to report me.
RFK,
are you gonna get mad? You gonna go so triggered? You're so mad. Yeah. You're gonna report me too. I'm sure they already know.
No, you're an incompetent person who distorts the truth.
Because I'm telling you the actual truth, and I'm telling you not like what a Senate subcommittee says.
Yeah, go find me some unvaxxed people who hate Charlie Kirk. That's the study we're doing today. Go find me unvaccinated people who got fired from their job for posting about Charlie Kirk and what a racist and what a supremacist he was, and neo-Nazi Christian fundamental. Go find me some unvaxxed people who are making those allegations.
Yeah. Find me an unvaxxed person that's living 50 years ago, past polio or measles or anything like that. Do you know how?
Yeah, we should do the Charlie Kirk vaxxed versus unvaxxed study.
Sure.
And see how many people lament the death of Charlie Kirk who are unvaxxed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You okay, bud?
Yeah, that's the real.
You're pretty mad. You came in really mad. Are you Christian? Is that this Christian compassionate like thing that you're coming through right now?
No, I'm not Christian, but I saw a good man die.
Oh, okay. I see kids die all the time in school shootings, and you don't care about them at all. So you don't do anything about that, huh? So is that like what's wrong with that?
That's the study I'm looking forward to. That's
okay.
The one I'm looking to
that's the thing. Yeah, that kids dying is a bad thing. Is that okay?
Study.
Is that are you okay? What's wrong?
One of them who writes bad things is a vaccinated person.
Okay.
Every single one of them. I would dare you to find me even one person who writes bad things about Charlie Kirk who didn't take the vax.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they were honest about it.
Yeah, Matt Lawson agrees. I gave kindness. You don't even know what I said about Charlie Kirk, bro. You don't even understand what I said.
Well, you're too predictable. You're probably vaccinated as well.
You don't even know what I said. Do you want me to tell you what I said?
Yeah, sure. Share it with us.
Yeah, I said that he was probably the greatest political organizer of our generation.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's a tragedy. It's a real tragedy. And this is where I'm trying to make you see the humanity in people. But too many.
What do you mean? Me seeing the how about you see the humanity in me, brother? You're the one that's actually been doing nothing but slurring me. I haven't done anything to you. What are you talking about? I'm the one that's showing you compassion and Charlie Kirk compassion.
You sit up here with your little propaganda machine and you spread out actual. Oh, I got a violation.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. Man. That wasn't me, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I don't do it. Don't report anyone, guys. Don't report anyone. If he says stuff, please don't report him. I know, guys, the whole point of this channel is for me to engage with people that are anti-vax, that don't agree. That the whole point of this whole thing is to do that. So it's not okay. Please don't do that. Light Spiritual Warrior coming back to back. What? Oh, he lost. He left. All right. Dang. Light Spiritual Warrior. He's definitely.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how's it going? I agree, Matt Lawson. I agree, man. I think that he is dividing the nation. I think that we have to. The thing, guys, the thing that we should actually take from Charlie Kirk and what he does is genuinely he did a good job in engaging people that didn't agree with him. And you have to be able to engage with people, and you can't just say and castigate people from society and expect them to be won over by you. They're only, when you castigate people and push people away, they're only going to start grouping and organizing with other people that have been castigated from society. So it hurts all of us when we can't actually like talk to these people. And that's the whole, I mean, science has done this the entire time, right? Scientists have been shouting out from the ivory towers, telling people how it is and what it is. And now look where we are with everything in chat, guys. Look where people are. You know, we have to engage these people, and that is something Charlie Kirk did do. So we should like think about doing that. And anyway, thank you, Sickle Cell, for being here. I appreciate you. I'm not saying Spirit Chill. I'm not saying everyone should. Okay, I'm not saying that if you're queer, you shouldn't be having to debate someone that doesn't understand you or doesn't recognize you of being a person that deserves to be in society. I don't think that makes any sense. Okay, but we have to engage these people to say why they're wrong and why it's not okay what they're saying. We have to engage them. So anyway, sorry, Sickle Cell. How are you doing?
You are a better person than me. I'm gonna tell you now, okay? You are a better person than me, because that was some crazy work, and I don't even know what your topic was.
Yeah.
Is because I just came in on that.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, it happens. It happens. It's good. I mean, the anti-vax crowd and stuff. It is true, man. His Truth Eternal's things they're still flowing in. They're all the violations that he got. It's just still flowing in. I do wonder about like my channel in regards to this, guys. Like I don't know if I can actually like talk to these people anymore. If anything does happen, we go to my YouTube and that's where we can go in the future. But if this does happen, but I'm just Anyway, I think I think science has to engage with these people. We have to, guys. Anyway.
Okay. Your platform, go for it. I'm so sorry. Your topic. What is your topic?
Nothing. We were just chatting. We were just talking about
Are we talking about Charlie?
No, we were talking about vaccine safety, and we were talking about this study. I think that like a big problem in the COVID era that was pushed was the idea, like what is a legit study? And it can be really hard for people to understand that someone with a PhD, someone with an MD, what are they actually sourcing for their information? And guys, I don't want people just to take me for my word for what I'm saying. Like I want people to understand like what I'm sourcing and think about that. Think about the study, not me. And like this study that he linked me is basically a Word document. It's literally just a Word document that they have a PDF of, and that is somehow given to the Senate subcommittee, right? And then now all of a sudden this is a study? Like it's not. It's just basically a Word document with whatever he wanted to put in it, and it's not been peer reviewed. It hasn't gone through a publication, and it's just basically a Word document putting whatever it is. That's not what a study is, guys. It looks like it because it has the abstract introduction, it has the results, but it's not even been published anywhere. I'm sure that it can be published too, and that's the problem. That is the real problem, that the real published data, like, it has to go through the peer review process, but you can also get a publication, some journal somewhere in the world publishing nonsense. So it's about like the rigors of the actual study too, and the publication and the rigors of the journal itself. So something that has a ton of evidence for it, that's really going to be laying down a new wave, a paradigm shifting of how we understand mechanisms of diseases. It's going to be in a big publication because it needs a big claim. You can't just like throw it on a preprint server, which is a PDF anywhere, and then say that that's what it is. So
Got it. Okay.
that's what I'm saying. That look where the data is. Where look if it's publicly available. And none of it is with this. None of it is here.
Well, I mean, COVID brought about a lot of loopholes that allowed people to circumvent just basic, what's the word I'm looking for? Scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
It allowed that to happen. People like to look at the nurses, and they like to look at things like the hospitalist system.
Mm-hmm.
But in actuality, yes, those things were bad. The traveling nursing system was out of control. It's starting to get like pulled back in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it trickled down to your area and studies.
Mm-hmm.
And we have all of these things in place to regulate new medications and vaccines and whatever else it is that you want to call it, whatever you want to study, right?
Yeah.
But then we turn around and we have emergency hearings from the FDA where they're just like, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll let you give this to the public for 5 years. And in that 5 years, you need to complete your clinical trials and you need to complete your reports and then bring it back to us. And then I don't know if it's temporary, I don't know what status that, I can't say that word on TikTok, that treatment may be. But they have 5 years to basically get it together. So it's no longer probationary. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, the emergency use authorization?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
I mean, they did use all the emergency use authorization. They did go through all the stages of the vaccine, like in order to do it. So I mean, they're not. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they didn't do that. Well, no, you're stuck. I'm sorry. Something's my dog. No. They did do that with the vaccine. But they didn't do that with a lot of medications that came out during that time. And I think we're now beginning to see we're beginning to pay for that. And I can give you 3 examples.
Okay. Yeah. Could you?
Yeah. Indari, Adukveo, and Oxbrita. Now, Indari is not on probation. and it's not being pulled from our shelves. That is a L-glutamine supplement made specifically for sickle cell, but actually almost anyone can use it. And basically it helps. It's called a oxygen amplifier. Not my words, theirs. And basically it's the thing that allows us as people to get oxygen and anything else that we need to get those molecules to be able to pass over the mucous membrane, water membranes of the organs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all it is L-glutamine. It's a supplement, but it's how much you take and how often, and the fact that it's a powder. But then you have Oxbryta. Oxbryta was meant to up the hemoglobin. So when you look at sickle cell, the foundation of sickle cell is sickling, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sickling, basically, it's just when the oxygen molecules become fewer than any of the other molecules within your red blood cell, and they get mad, they polarize, so they turn themselves into these rods and they rip open the red blood cell, thus pouring everything that was in that cell out into the blood vessel, right? Part of that is heme, the iron molecule that binds the oxygen. Heme is sticky. Heme is very, very, very super viscous. Heme is also poisonous. Immediately, it smothers the O2. And then, like a spider web, right? Anything coming downstream of that vein, the heme is catching and it's just holding on to it. And it's pushing it against the vein wall. Well, veins communicate via nerves in the wall, right? So now the vein is stuck, or the blood vessel is stuck. It can't communicate upstream like, hey, divert. It can't tell downstream, yo,
Yeah.
Get as big as possible because I'm trying to shake this thing off, okay? It can't do any of that because the communication is being really, really interfered with. Oxbryta, its whole purpose is to basically keep that red blood cell from dying in one spot.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems
Not
like
dying
it
as a
actually
whole.
it also alerted. So FDA in 2024, last year, almost to the
Pfizer.
day, the FDA alerted patients, caregivers, and healthcare professionals that Oxbryta is being voluntarily withdrawn from the market by the manufacturer due to safety concerns.
Yeah.
The healthcare professional should not be prescribing Oxbryta. Pfizer, the manufacturer, announced its voluntary withdrawing from the market. Because the recent data indicate that the benefit of Oxbryta does not weigh the risks of the sickle cell patient population. So, I mean, at least the FDA is like, I mean, that's an example. I think that Pfizer is, it's withdrawing it, and it's a good thing. And FDA is alerting people. And
sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it seems like that at least that one is an example of them, not pushing it when the evidence doesn't support it anymore. So they're not just trying to like wring people out for money on a medication that doesn't exist or that isn't actually beneficial.
Well, Pfizer exercised its 5 years because that's what the FDA gave the previous pharmaceutical company.
Uh-huh.
And that's what you get when you go through the FDA with emergency hearing. We'll let you put it on the market. You have to finish your clinical trial, and you have 5 years. And in 5 years, we come back and we formally, look at this again. Well, okay. it's really great that Pfizer pulled it, but you still got 5 years of profit from it.
Yeah, I just don't want
Even
people
though,
conflating this and thinking that the emergency use authorization that was used for the FDA,
no,
the COVID vaccines, has anything to do with it. I mean, this is a different thing. This is not
no,
the emergency use authorization. This is just them like working through it, and it's just like
no, this
a different
isn't
thing.
that, but this is just an example of how our emergency FDA approval
Was
does
it
work and what
emergency
makes it.
use? I mean, let's Oxbryta FDA
What's
emergency.
the emergency?
Was it emergency use
I can't hear you. I'm sorry,
I
sir.
don't know if it was EUA or not. It didn't. Oxbryta did not receive the emergency use authorization from the FDA. It was approved in 2019 through the FDA's accelerated approval pathway, and was later voluntarily withdrawn. So it was a different pathway. It wasn't the EUA. It was the FDA's accelerated approval pathway.
Well,
But it got initial approval in 2019, expanded approval in 2020. And then the approval basis, the accelerated approval was based on an increase in hemoglobin levels, a surrogate endpoint, rather than a confirmed clinical benefits like a reduction in pain crises. The approval was contingent on the manufacturer completing further studies to confirm the drug's clinical benefit, like you were saying. So voluntary withdrawal, and then they basically couldn't do that. After continued post-market studies, a study review indicated that the drug benefit no longer outweighed the risks, and it got withdrawn in 2024. And just to say what is an EUA, which is the emergency use authorization. An EUA is a different pathway that the FDA uses to allow access to unapproved medical products during a public health emergency. It is not part of the standard drug approval process. So,
yeah,
interesting.
it's very interesting, and it's very interesting, at least I think,
Mm-hmm.
that we have these things in place, right, to
Mm-hmm.
help the U.S. citizens. And then when we do things through emergency hearing or accelerated whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but basically without finishing your clinical trial, without truly knowing, you know, what is the percentage and what is the likelihood that something may go wrong. Like,
Mm-hmm.
for me personally, I think that that's uh, a bit much.
Mm-hmm.
And if I look at it from my just talking for Marissa, my ethical and moral compass, I don't think that I would want to throw anything out into the public that has not completed trials, that
Yeah.
has not gone through the rigorous, you know, program, I'll put it that way,
Yeah. I mean,
of, so we know what is the probability. What Everything's a possibility, but what is the probability that people may not make it? What is the probability it's not going to work?
yeah. I mean,
What's the
that is what
probability
the
of
process is
it?
normally, and that's what the cautious has been the main game of the FDA. I mean, the United States doesn't allow a lot of stuff that globally they do allow, just because of that. There's been lots of advancements in drugs and stuff that just aren't approved in the United States, but are approved in other places just because they're a little bit more risky. So, yeah, the FDA has been more cautious than not. So I'm actually, I don't understand why they actually approved that through the accelerated approval pathway. That is kind of odd. But hey, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate you highlighting those. That's a really interesting highlight on the accelerated approval pathway that I wasn't aware of. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. People still get the vax. Yeah. people still get infected from COVID when they get the vaccine because you still have the viral particle that infects your that affects your body. You can't really stop that. A vaccine isn't going to stop your body from being infected. All right. So Michael, then Tara, then Claire, then Kay. Hi, Michael. How's it going?
Pretty good. How's it going, Dr. Greg?
Good.
It's been a while.
Good.
Yeah, just came in right when the guy was sitting there yelling and everything. It's like, wow, okay, everything's picking up again. So
yeah.
Honor the days when you just had to deal with flat earthers and people wanting to pop cayenne pills to cure cancer and stuff. So now you got, oh my goodness. So, but it's just interesting, with everything that's happened over the past couple of days, how, it's interesting, a young person has that much pull and, they're gone. And all of a sudden, all these other people are coming out of the woodwork now, with his same ideology and everything. So he's just a younger Trump. It's the same thing.
There's a big difference though. I mean, like he is he was a community organizer. And like it or hate him, I don't agree with all his stuff, and you think it's important what he said, and yada yada yada. But what he did do well was politically organize an entire community, and that's what we're seeing. And it's like the left's best political organizer that really did the same for the Democratic Party was Obama. So I kind of akined it to like imagine, Obama. 08, or 07 before he got, elected to president, like having him be, the subject of a shooting, so it's like people are really wrapped up about it and they saw him as kind of like as a figure, as a political organizer. Yes. Yeah. He was an actual organizer. Yeah. Political organizer, just like Obama was. So, yeah, it's
just on the wrong side, I guess. Well,
yeah.
To us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely, I mean, I had abhorrent beliefs and yada yada yada, but you gotta recognize for what he is and why people are so frustrated and mad about it is because they did feel akin that he was, was that to them. So I mean, I was working in helping organize, with volunteering for Obama's campaign in 07 before the Iowa caucuses. And it was an amazing thing, to feel that all these young people were coming together and that we were actually trying to change something and that there was a way that we could actually, it is, it's sad. It's sad in that aspect that those people are going to feel rudderless now, and now they're going to be. Who knows? So it could be a big problem.
Oh, absolutely, and that's bad for our country. Mm-hmm. But hopefully things will get better. Hopefully somewhere along the lines. But then seeing RFK and. Him getting all torn to shreds there in front of, that committee and everything. It's just crazy, but hopefully things will, get better here sooner or later, but, just keep doing your good work here and, keep, keep being honest with everybody. And, I see you're growing and stuff. I haven't been on for about a week cause I'm going through some educational training, so I'm having to get up early in the morning instead of working my late shift. So
gotcha.
That's why I haven't been able to watch, check in and see what's going on. But yeah, this is the first time with it. It's like, wow, okay, my goodness. All righty. It's
just what it is, man. We do what we can.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's just some people. It amazes me that. They can be that way and just stick to their, ways and think that they know something when they really don't. But I'll let you get back with everybody else here. I just wanted to check in and just say hi again.
Yeah, always fun.
Working out.
Thanks, man.
How's the job search going? I guess if you've gotten anything going right now.
Yeah, not yet, unfortunately. I'm still trying, man. Thank you. Thanks for
All
checking
right.
in.
Oh,
Yeah, no
absolutely.
bites,
No,
unfortunately,
keep doing the
but
good.
yeah.
Yeah, keep doing the good work here. Everybody
Thanks, man.
appreciates it.
Thank
All
you.
right, you have a good night.
All right, have a
Yep.
good one. Thanks for popping in,
You
Michael.
too.
Friend of the stream.
All right.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I agree with you, R. I agree with you. The difference is that Obama's ideology is not based on racism, bigotry, hate, and grifted religion. I agree with you. I agree with you, man. My funding, I don't have my funding from elsewhere. I don't understand. I'm not the yeah. Okay. Tara, Claire, and then Kay. I agree with you, Helen. Yeah, Obama's thing was pluralist, right? Obama was all about pluralism and trying to lift all boats and stuff. And I think that that's a better way of organizing a community. Absolutely. Okay, Tara dropped. Claire's next. I agree, Laura. Lana, I agree with you. Who funds your work? Steel Magnolia, you do. My work is paid $6.97 at a time. Goobus, what is the truth? Let me know what it is. Do you think there will be stricter scrutiny at these events at elected public officials now? I don't know. Well, it'd be interesting if they have stricter gun control because of it. I mean, they probably should. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. How do I throw you some money, brother? The gifts, I think, that's what it would be, right? So I think you have to exchange it for coins and all that kind of that's stuff. But dude, it's chill, dude. You can just hang out and it's all good, man. All right. Okay. Well, I guess Claire dropped too. All right. Oh, thank you, NB. Yeah, that is true. I have a Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App in my bio. If you just wanted to throw me some cash, that's the easiest way. Hi, Kay. How's it going? Damn, dude. Wow, Matt. Really? Okay, sick. I mean, man. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Kay. How's it going? Okay. Steel Magnolia, you're always welcome, man. Everyone's always welcome. You don't have to agree with me in chat. I don't expect people to. It's all good. And I'm happy that you're here. We don't ban or mute anyone for dissenting opinions, and we welcome you. Okay, how's it going? I don't know, Sherry. I think about them. It's awful. What's happening? Kay. How are you, Kay? Kay, are you there?
Yeah.
Hi. How's it going?
Oh.
Kay, I can hear you. What's going on?
Not much.
Cool. Anything on your mind?
I think that this is a mistake. I accidentally
Okay.
got you.
Okay, no problem. Or do you have any questions for me while you got me?
No, thank you.
Okay, have a good night. I understand, guys. No problem. All right, it's all good. It's all right, guys. It happens. All right, real quick, guys. Real quick. Thank you to our last subscriber, 5-minute sickle cell lessons. Thank you to our top gifter, Kathleen Stars, sickle cell lessons again, Ducray, MB Human, Mr. Unemployed, Renee, Helen, and our top liker. Wow, Mrs. Dr. G still up there. Envy Human, Marshmallow, Jen, Missouri Kate, Maiden of Mayhem, Marlis Dawn, Lene, and Ashley. Thank you guys so much. In my Linktree super chats, if you wanted to contribute that way, you want to get your question answered without actually having to ask it through the through audio. Also, Discord in the link there. There's also a revamped YouTube archive, so all my big best talks and interviews and are all on there. Also with my publications. If you want to see what kind of scientist I am and what I did, then that's the way to go. Also, yeah, that'd be cool. Also, there's we do vaccine parties here. So if you have been vaccinated in the last week, you or your family has been vaccinated, we celebrate you because we love people who get vaccinated, because people who get vaccinated love their communities and they should be celebrated because public health is awesome and we appreciate public health workers. We appreciate public health in general. We love, really, we love 5 million people that are being saved every year from vaccine preventable diseases. Over 30 that are being stymied right now due to vaccines. Whoa, Pickle Waffle. Nice. Pickle Waffle. We love to see it. 146. Amazing, guys. It's incredible. 3, 2, 1. Pickle Waffle. Pickle Waffle Pig. Thank you. We love people who get vaccinated here. Every shot, every single time. Thank you so much. And we also celebrate your family too, because a family that gets vaccinated together grows old together. And we love that. We love that. You don't judge me for choosing not to vaccinate, though. I mean, Matt Lawson, I mean, you said you got all the other vaccines except for COVID, so I think that you're a little bit misguided there. But I think that people that don't vaccinate at all are selfish, especially if you're young and healthy. I mean, there's no reason not to get vaccinated. So, yes, but that's what I do think. So, yeah. I'm reversing my COVID vaccine. I encourage everyone to do so. That's impossible, Jessica. It's not possible. I don't know what green tea $100 a month subscription you're on, but that's definitely not true. So your body's going to have those antibodies forever. You're going to be protected. Grows old together unless guns are involved. I hope not, Roman. I hope not. That explains some of my my family's longevity. There you go. Ivermectin famously does not work for COVID. It has some uses for parasites, but not for that. All NPCs are vaccinated. Sure, Paulo Santos, whatever you think, man. Whatever you think. Thank you. Sorry for typos. Working nights in NJ. Veteran 5S with vaccine. No problem. Nice. 55. Thank you, New Orleans. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, man. Yeah. Ivermectin TM. I agree. I agree, guys. All right, well, guys. Try you, brother. Rolly, are you asking to come up? Is that what's telling you? See if I can find you. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there you are. Let's see. Why is it selfish to not get vaccinated? Yeah, because you're impacting the people around you. Basically, the people around you that can't get vaccinated because they weren't born with a functioning immune system and they can't do it, or they just can't get vaccinated, or they have cancer and they have a suppressed immune system, and so therefore you get vaccinated for yourself and them, and you help keep the viral loads down in the entire population so that everyone has herd immunity. So herd immunity is when the virus can't actually take on and spread throughout the population. I'm going to get my COVID in the next couple of weeks. Nice, Denise. Get it and come back here. We will celebrate you. Pharma is the worst thing to happen to this world. I definitely don't agree, Steel Magnolia. I'm pretty sure smallpox and disease and viruses that are vaccine prevented that are coming back, I think those are the worst thing that's happening. Rolly Carice said, "Try me, brother," and I invited him, and he's not joining. So that's what he thinks. What about blood clots? The blood clots that you mean from COVID that are 580% worse with COVID-19 than the vaccine? Is that what you're saying, or are you talking about the vaccine blood clots that are like 1 in a million that don't actually cause blood clots, and it's a complete misnomer? Which one? Yeah, exactly, Mickey. Mickey understands it. Was up next, but all the best for you for the information. We'll hope to take it. Okay, Claire, no problem. Yeah, I hit accept and you didn't actually join, so I think there was a problem. That's something, but you're all good. You're gonna love this. This summer I went to the convention where the keynote was measles prevention. Let's go, Jarrett. Exactly. Let's go. No, yeah, Steel Magnolia. The blood clots only found in the dead bodies of the vaccinated. I'm pretty sure blood clots happened before SARS-CoV-2 was even evolved, my brother. So I'm pretty sure that blood clots were a thing before COVID-19. Do you think that people who have had heart attacks would just suggest COVID vaccines? Yeah, I would think so, because basically COVID vaccines help you from a worse state of the COVID. So it actually prevents the worst aspects of the disease. So it help you. Herd immunity used to be based on people catching the virus, correct? Herd immunity is basically the idea that there aren't enough virus genomes out there to evolve and recombine so that they can't evolve to outside of the immunization itself. So that's the idea, is that you keep the amount of viruses down and you keep the amount of immunization above like 95%, and you can basically stop things from spreading. So yeah, it happens. I'd love to know where he gets my funding from. Straight from you. Straight from Sickle Cell, Mr. Unemployed. That's where I get my funding from, man. I really am just a scientist, just by myself, doing this in my office, in my house, guys. I'm really not that's crazy from it's just, yeah. It really is. I mean, there is no like evil conspiracy, and the fact that you think that there has to be an evil conspiracy for me to do this doesn't make any sense, man. It's really sad, actually, that you just can't think of anyone actually just trying to help through talking about science and communicating about science. You're not employed. Yeah, not currently. Well, actually, I am still. Until October 23rd, I am. So you're wrong. Weird how we have a clone of you in the UK. I don't think so. Not that I know of. I know. Exactly, Brittany. That doesn't make any sense to me either. My belief was that the spike proteins could shed. They can't. They can't, Matt. They can't. The proteins that are made from the RNA are just regular proteins. They can't shed. No, Jay. It's 1 in a million. No. It's 1 in a million not to get blood clots, but 1 in a million to get myocarditis. So it's even rare to get blood clots from it. Never joined a live. Can we try again? Yeah, sure. I can try. You were up and I hit accept, so and you just didn't go through for whatever reason. I can try to find you. It has everyone in here and I can't find you. I just try to find you, I can't find you. If you hit the request button, Claire, that would also work. Can't find you. Yeah, sorry, I can't find you on the invite thing. I don't know why. Dr. Joe does exactly the same as you. Really? What are you talking about? Dr. Joe UK TikTok scientist? What are you? Are you talking about Dr. Joe MD? Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of these guys, that's cool. Yeah, he's an ER doctor. Nice. Oh, cool. Look, Linda. Nice. I've been on lives with people refuting science. Is that a good, wait, which side of you are you? How often are you on? Every day at 9 PST. Strange you scientists suddenly popping up on TikTok with this stuff. I mean, I just started last month, so I mean, I'm new. Long-term blood thinners. I don't know, Allison. I'm not a physician. No, I didn't, Ram. I don't know what you mean. Sinus resistant human. I don't know. I know. I don't. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you. Thank you, Rumpled Foreskin. Thank you. No, Dr. Joe, PhD. Okay. Nice. Oh yeah, he's doing just like what are questions?
Oh, next up in our weekly dose of what sounds like complete science fiction, but is actually
he's going to do the CRISPR horses thing that we just covered, guys.
True. Scientists are now editing the DNA of horses to create bodybuilder horses to cheat at polo.
Yeah, we just did this one. That's cool. He's doing it. He has his lab coat on and he's doing it in front of his thing. Let's see. Sorry guys, I'll catch up in chat. Cool. Dr. Joe Science. Dr. Joe _science. That's what his thing is. What's your PhD in? I'm a microbiology PhD. Can I ask what you do? I work with microbes, so I basically change the genomes of yeast around in order to make proteins better at higher rates. Oh, thank you, Leanne. Appreciate you. Yes, we did, Kathleen. Isn't that awesome? He's a biochemist. Nice. What job do you want to do next? I was thinking about doing patent agent work, so I need to like request and pass the patent bar in order to do that. I'm also trying to just get honestly any lab job at this point, because basically Trump killed a bunch of university funding, and that impacted a lot of the private biotechnology companies in San Diego, and it's killed like a lot of the industry. So like I know dozens of people that have been impacted it, and it's been awful. So yeah, our entire site got shut down. We got laid off 3 weeks ago now, and then now that's what we're doing. Come postdoc in my lab. Where is it, in San Diego? We'll see. Patent bar is the U.S. Patent Technology Office, and that is where you have to pass in order to submit patents to the United States in order to actually register a patent. Yeah, he did, New Orleans. It's awful. Rumple Foreskin, I've been a molecular biologist for 16 years. That's what I do. That is my job. I have a PhD in microbiology, but I actually use like CRISPR and other like all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's what I do. So we didn't get shut down. I mean, basically the company, because of the tariffs and because of the lack of customers for our bioservices stuff, that we just couldn't find the customers anymore. So we just had to shut the thing down. Yeah, it sucks. Vividion? Is that? Oh yeah. Wait, you work there? Or you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've looked at Vividion. I knew about them. Let's see. Let's see if they have any open jobs. Nope, they don't have any. They don't have any openings at Vividion, unfortunately. Most science companies aren't really hiring right now. Hopefully, if they start cutting rates, then you're going to see more research and development spending. But yeah, right now it's bad. Oh, RAM. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, pink. Yeah, pink waffle pig. Here we go. Okay, interesting. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lucy. Interesting. Well, yeah, I have I've done like I've done algae biotechnology stuff. And then I did land plant genome engineering, and then I did next generation sequencing, and then I did yeast microbial strain development with CRISPR, and then I did my PhD in chemical engineering, nanotechnology, and then I did more host strain development, basically through in yeast in my last job. What's the next gen? What's that next generation sequencing? Is basically sequencing by synthesis as opposed to Sanger sequencing. So it's just a new sequencing technology that was developed and used in the mid 2010s that has completely changed like microbiology and biology in general. Looks like their jobs are filled, but I'll hear anything. Yeah, pink waffle pig. Thank you, man. Genuinely, thank you. What is the reasoning for cutting so much research? Yeah, I mean, basically, it's just like them taking money away from a lot of science and research and development. And I mean, there was like $500 billion that was like put for science and engineering in the country, and then it was like taken away. But then a lot of the congressional grant money that was already approved was taken away too. So we're talking about like the yearly budgets too are being frozen by the OMB. So it's insane. I mean, they just slashed entirely. Where do you go to learn new topics you're interested in? Any websites that are good for broad topics? Honestly, Wikipedia is really good. No, I did not vote for Trump. Honestly, Wikipedia is probably the best source to just jump into something fresh and new. Yay, Claire's back. Yay. Hi, Claire. How's it going?
Hi, I'm very well tonight. I've have really enjoyed this conversation. I
Awesome. Thank you.
started it shortly after there was a kind of ranting person, but
hmm
if I understand it correctly, the topic is why people aren't aren't on the train with being vaccinated.
hmm
I think one of the biggest problems is that children are not being educated about the history of vaccines and about the history of diseases,
Yeah.
and they don't learn about Jenner and polio
hmm
and um, just the numerous diseases that myself, having grown up with parents that were born in the early 1900s that experienced the Spanish flu and the just number of communicable diseases that
Yeah.
for them, um, vaccinations were the the absolutely greatest thing that had come along, so to
Yeah.
speak, and saved so many of them. And I think it would be very helpful if if that history were to be more integrated into the education of young children. But it appears that under this administration, it's being kind of almost erased, and children are not being taught about so much what it was like in my parents' days
Yeah.
and their parents' days. And I think it would be very beneficial to have some way to other than a PDF um, paper, as the other fellow was um, using as his resource, as we need to find a way to make people aware of the lack of information and what that will mean to us when our um, when the CDC is no longer able to share this information with us,
hmm
and to just realize what a kind of travesty this could end up being. And we don't know what's coming along because we didn't really even see what was coming.
hmm
So my suggestion would be, and this is why I appreciate you so much,
hmm
is to to find a way, even outside of the government,
hmm
uh, but to have a real pipeline. Um, some of what that fellow was saying earlier really indicated to me that people are being so misinformed and
Yeah.
are somehow so, for some reason, angry about the health and human services in this country, and and it being provided to everyone, that I think that there's a real disconnect between what children learn as they're growing up about these diseases, about how devastating they were, and um, there's got to be some middle ground, because they were devastating, they were controllable, and then it seems as if now they may no longer be.
Yeah.
And how will we bridge that gap before a lot of kids die? I live in Georgia, and DeSantis has just recently said, no measles vaccinations. And, well, people have to come through Georgia to get anywhere other than Florida.
That's true.
And when I was a kid, my parents knew people that had friends that were on crutches from being disabled by polio. And I don't know how we can keep that from happening other than educating children, and then maybe doing the best we can to educate our governors, so to speak.
I think they're purposely misled, right? They're intentionally uninformed, and it's like an ideological thing for them. But I totally agree with you that people are spend so much time on the vaccine side effects, and they're not learning about the actual virus, or they're learning about the germ. And I think it's because conspiracies are so much easier spread than that information about it. And like, for example, if these people think that the vaccines have these huge adverse side effects, it's a lot easier to not take them if you think that the virus is fake, or that you think that the virus is made in the lab. Like, they think a lot of they think that SARS-CoV-2 was made in a lab. So they think a lot of the viruses are therefore made in the lab, and you can hear it about polio. They think that polio is fake, and they think that all these other things are HIV is fake. So then to them, why would I take something that only has adverse side effects and doesn't have any benefit? Because viruses aren't real. It's just wild to me. And the reality is exactly what you're talking about, right? Where 30 diseases are now not rolling rampant through our society because of vaccines. Vaccines prevent 5 million deaths a year, and 4 million of those deaths are children. So, I mean, we're having a huge problem. It was not made in the lab. That was not verified. There's no evidence to show that SARS-CoV-2 came from the lab, guys. Not a single piece of scientific data to show that SARS-CoV-2 came from the lab. And this is just disinformation. Yeah.
And even if it had been, wouldn't you still want to be protected from it?
Well, they don't think it's real. They don't think
Mars,
that they don't think that they think it's made up. So no, synthesis begins. No, it's the Picard 2022, Warraby 2022, Picard 2024, Chris Christoph 2025. All the population genetics, all the molecular biology, all show that it came from the wet market. That's just, it is what it is. But they don't believe in germ theory. They don't believe in viruses now. They don't believe that any of it is real. So they don't think that viruses carry any disease. It's exactly, HIV. I just mentioned that one. So I love it when I tell people they don't listen a minute ago, and then they come in and then they say the same thing about the actual thing that I'm just talking about. It's very illuminating, right? But so I think it's like a misinformation problem that we're having, and it's so easy to spread misinformation on these apps. These AI algorithms just get into people's brain, and they know that they're inclined to believe one conspiracy, so they give them another conspiracy that they believe. And these, I mean, in order to think that lab leak was real, you have to think that all the scientists in all the world are all corroborating, right? So it's not that hard for them to believe that, they're they're collaborating in order to keep HIV under wraps, or they're collaborating in order to make the moon landings fake, or the Earth is flat. You know, a lot of these things are just foundational conspiracies that really just disseminate a person's entire worldview. So it's really sad.
Right. Well, the truth speaks for itself. And unfortunately, we will find out one way or another as scientists, as members of the populace, as time goes by. And I won't take up any more of your time, but I think that what I think is necessary is that young people be educated so that they can make their choices, because there might be parents that have been misled between the last, in the last 30, 40 years, whereas my parents had me lined up first in line for the smallpox vaccine, the MMR vaccine, it's every vaccine that was there, because they had seen it happen in their lifetime. And I don't think that people have really had a firsthand experience with that.
You're right.
For decades. So somehow I hope we'll figure this out. And I just got my shingles. I just got my flu. I just got.
Did we count yours on the vaccine board?
Going down the line, pneumonia.
Did you get those this week?
I didn't hear that. I got the shingles on Sunday. I got the pneumonia vaccine. I have gotten the flu vaccine, and I'm waiting because there's a little bit of hesitancy.
That's huge
for the COVID, but I intend to get them all.
Yeah, you should. And there's nothing wrong with the COVID one. It's all good, and it's important right now actually, because it's in upswing. But that means that there's 3 more. Because guess what? That's what this are vaccines for. Those are all the vaccines that we have as a community. So that means that this number goes up through 3, since you got 3. Thank you so much. Well, so guess what? That's our vaccine. That's the vaccine party for you, Claire. So this is awesome. Thank you so much. Yay. So guess what? So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Claire, thank you so much.
Yay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for getting vaccinated.
I wasn't expecting that.
Thank you for getting vaccinated. We love people who get vaccines in this community. We celebrate you every single shot, every single time. So when you get your COVID booster, come back and we will celebrate you again, and the number will go up even more. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Oh, I wish I had gotten it. Then I could have been number 150.
Hey,
instead of
there's still a chance.
149.
There's still a chance, Keep getting it up.
All right.
Thank you so much,
Well,
Claire.
thanks so much. Yeah, and thank you for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you.
Everyone.
Bye.
Okay.
Thank you, Claire.
Bye.
Wow, synthesis begins. You sure got me there, bud. Yeah, because whitehouse.gov is a really reliable science publication website. Thank you for that. Thank you. You really showed me up. Oh my God, they're not sending their best, guys. They're not sending their best, are they? Did you get to see the match? Which match? For what the UFC match tonight? I saw the highlights at the end. It's a government website. The fact that you actually think that there's actual webs that I've gone through that entire thing, bro. You can scroll down to my I know the nerds lost, man. I know. The fact that you actually think whitehouse.gov, just because it's out there, you think that it's a legit thing and that there's no reason that he would lie. It's actually it blows my mind, dude. It actually blows my mind. But I'm not surprised, I guess. So, yeah, there's no scientific data there's no scientific data to back the lab leak, guys. There's none. It's a natural zoonotic spread that happened, just like every other SARS-1, all the other pandemics are all from. No, I'm not, dude. I'm not. All the population bat genetics of all the caves in China match with the sequencing that was done at the wet market, and the wet market has DNA of raccoon dogs with the RNA sequencing of the virus, all market like stall by stall, drain by drain. We have all the data that says right up there. And it's insane that people think that there's any type of lab leak from it. There's no data from that. So, la, how's it going?
Oh, what's up, Doc? It's going. It's what you up to?
Not much.
Other than schooling them on the TikTok live.
Do what I can, I guess.
Listen, nerds always win out big time.
Mm-hmm.
I got a degree in computer science, and I'm a nerd as well. I'm just a different kind of nerd.
Nice, cool. Well, data science is so big, so big.
Listen, so is medical science. Keep doing what you're doing.
Well, I'm a scientist doctor, not a medical doctor, but thank you. I appreciate you. So.
Oh, well, listen, you sound like a medical doctor because you just know your shit.
Thank you.
Some of us elder millennials paid attention in health and science class both, as did I.
It's true. There is a. It's frustrating. I think that a lot of people just don't think that like expertise exists. You know, people just kind of really think that people are all winging it and BSing and stuff. So it is a little frustrating, but hey,
yeah,
you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is. But listen, that's the power of TikTok, and that's the power of those of us that can't sleep at odd hours because it's 1:52 here in the morning.
I know. Yeah.
I'm in a lot of pain. Where are you at? I'm in Colorado on Mountain Time.
Nice. I'm San Diego.
Somehow I figured you were Cali. You got the whole like TikTok live studio posted up behind you. I see you.
Well, the board is new. The board is new. Everything else is all me. My wife loves the DNA poster is her thing. So
I'm gonna spit into a 23andMe tube sometime, but I'm afraid that the first 48 might get a hold of my shit, and then
yeah,
and then next thing you know, I'm on an episode of A&E. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's 23andMe is. I mean, you get some interesting stuff. You know, if you have you find some cancer, you know, the abnormalities, you know, to more markers that could be a big thing to look out for.
I have like a lot of family that passed away early, like breast cancer, and my grandmother when I was young of small cell cancer. So all that stuff is scary, and it's just me pretty much. Like, you know, I got 4 siblings. I'm the oldest. My dad is an alcoholic and drug addict. My mom is crazy in the hospital. You know, like my grandparents are deceased. I'm never going to know the truth about anything because there's no one to tell me.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Sorry.
That's why the power of social media and the internet and Google and DNA and all that stuff is such a big thing. But like I've lived in Louisville and every other episode is about the first 48. And I'm like, and I made the joke because they wrongfully arrested me last year that what if they got a hold of my DNA or my hair or my fingernails? Like they could plant that on somebody and do something crazy.
Huh.
DNA is powerful.
Yeah.
You know this. You know this more so than anybody.
It's true. It sticks around too.
Waffle. Yeah. So you said your wife, you have kids. How many kids do you have?
I have 4 kids.
Holy shit. Okay. Pop off then, science daddy. 4 kids. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a good time.
Listen, if she likes to watch true crime shows, be scared.
Yeah,
you might be on an episode of Snapped sometime.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, there's not enough life insurance to help me or help her.
It's not in the news yet. It's not in the. You have 7 kids.
Damn,
whoa,
Charma.
7 kids.
Wow.
I could not imagine. That's a litter box full. Somebody said.
Dude, I don't know how you make a car. Like what you must have to get into like a huge van, like a Sprinter van. See these people.
You would have to have a 15-passenger van.
Yeah.
For like you, the wife, the kids, the fur babies.
Yeah.
A
See,
litter
guys,
box
look at-
because you got some cats in there.
viruses don't exist. See what I'm saying, guys? Like I say these
Viruses
things.
do exist.
I know,
There are
but I'm just
sex
saying.
bots on here. It's crazy.
I know. I'm telling you. I say these things, and they're like, "No, people don't believe me." But they always pop off whenever I say that. It's so funny.
Because Surrey is listening, and Apple's got us. I'm about to get in line for that Apple 17, but I'm gonna wait a month or so.
Okay.
Ellie,
Nice.
why don't they exist? What is it that's not existing? I'm just reading the chat for the first time.
So basically, they think that the terrain model is where it is. So basically, that they think that what you see is as a virus,
what you get
is like a little particle, but that particle is from the cell. That the cell like basically sloughs off this little thing. And the idea is that they don't think that viruses have been linked to disease, so they think it's separate.
Listen, I say that Trump had COVID come over here.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted things to slow down. He wanted to get us dumb and stupid. And then he's like, here's this, what was it, like $1,200 stimulus? Here's this $1,200 stimulus. Let's make it rain like the trap house. And then everybody bust out like smoke-filled, blurry-eyed, and that we're not going to remember what the fuck he just did. I remember. I was born on a Sunday, but not last Sunday. Conspiracy theory. Like, listen, all those conspiracy that was like the Epstein files. Well, they're unlocked now. They're unlocked because 12 killed Jeffrey. They unalived him. Sorry. They unalived him.
Dan
it
Mullen.
Wasn't police. Police protect and serve. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference in the two. I realized that when I was in LMDC, when they blacked my eye and I was in there with a broken hand and I was in a single cell. Like, I talked to the officers a lot, and a lot of them were fucking crazy.
Okay.
They're all about conspiracy theorists, and they're all for Trump, and the shit that they say is crazy, and you just got to listen to it all day, and they trying to brainwash you. And I get now why they use the term bootlicker in the military, because, think back to Hitler and his boots being tied tight, and the KKK and all that shit. It all comes back together. It all comes back to all links back together if you just tie everything up in that neat little bow. Just think about everything. Hitler's mustache, the military, the swastika, the saluting, Trump. You know what I mean? Musk haircut looked worse than Hitler's mustache, and we thought that was bad back then. It's like, dude, you got all these billions of dollars and you can't afford anything better than a vacuum cleaner looking chili bowl haircut.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was like right out of the 80s. His mother didn't love him.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not following. I'm sorry.
I know. It's ADHD. It's 40 shades of ADHD.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Thank you. Well, thanks
You're
for the raid,
welcome.
guys.
I'm
What's
gonna
up,
get off
Dan
here.
Malik? I'll follow back. Thanks for the raid. Well, thanks, Flala. Thank you so much for jumping in. I appreciate it. Have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome in. I wasn't Dan Malik. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, we do like talk science and politics and everything in between. Thank you guys for coming in. Yeah, we have people like answer a lot of questions, anything science related. Oh, there you are. Oh, the request canceled. Oh, there you are. What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, it's going well. I don't think I've ever seen your live before, but we were looking for somebody to raid, and chat recommended you, so here we are.
Nice. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I heard you do science, politics, stuff like that. I mostly do political debates and news.
Nice.
But yeah, it's nice meeting you.
Nice, man. Yeah. Thank you, man. Nice meeting you too. Yeah, I have a microbiology PhD, and so I answer a lot of questions, and basically it's like an ability for people to reach out and ask a scientist a question. And so I'll have people on for whatever reason. And I mean, a lot of it is still dealing with the pandemic and answering questions, dealing with that and vaccines and stuff like that. We promote public health and we count all of our vaccines that we've gotten as a community, trying to keep everyone safe and vaccinated. And yeah, just dealing with a lot of stuff still from the pandemic.
Got you. Yeah, I'm kind of in a weird situation right now because I'm in Florida, and
oh no,
up until this year, I was able to get every COVID vaccine, and now I think we're waiting on some kind of decision to be made whether healthy young men like myself are even allowed to.
Yeah, guys. I think in general, there is a new vaccine sequence coming out next month. But honestly, like depending on where you live, you might want to just go and get it, especially if you're in a conservative state, because they're basically putting it behind prescriptions now. And since the CDC isn't recommending it for some age groups, then it's not going to be covered by insurance. So you definitely want to just like grab it. And the big thing with the COVID vaccine, why you still want to get it, we're not having the death rate from like the peak in COVID. In the pandemic, we still have a pandemic technically, just like HIV is still in a pandemic, but it really, the vaccine really protects you from long COVID. So long COVID is something that is triggered by about 10 to 20% of people that have COVID symptoms. And it's basically a neurodegenerative disease that we don't really understand yet, but it can trigger a lot of things like vertigo, hearing loss, taste loss, can do a lot like chronic fatigue, that kind of stuff. We don't really know what's going on. But you want to get the vaccine just in case. Get the flu vaccine, get your COVID booster, and then also I'm recommending, like, if check with your vaccine card, but your MMR right now, your measles, mumps, rubella, your measles is on the rise, and if there's a paper that we read last week that basically after like 20 years your titer is going to start dropping. So if you don't have your vaccine card, you can probably just go to your pharmacist and just get an MMR boost and get it. But I would, it's probably a good idea. And I got my Tdap recently too, when my wife was pregnant a couple years ago. So it's just good to get it all. Yeah, MMR. Yeah.
Yeah, I unfortunately our governor and who's the guy in charge of stuff like that? The Surgeon General.
Yeah.
Are just super, I guess, anti-science, essentially. The dude was asked on CNN if he did any research before making the decision to remove all vaccine mandates from schools. And he said, what research would I have to do to want parents to make their own decisions?
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I saw that. It's so dangerous, man. Basically, it's just this complete laissez-faire. Like everyone's just no recommendations, and we just kind of do what you want. And it is weird. I mean, like how like the friction that we put in a society in order to get vaccinated. Not all countries do. The public school. Friction there. I personally, I think Australia has a really cool model where they actually pay you to get vaccinated, which is a really cool thing. So then the parents are really incentivized, and it's at the beginning of life. The first couple of years, that's a nice little payment that they can take and invest that into the kid. So I like that model personally. But it's the best thing that we have right now. And there's a study in France when they dropped their vaccine recommendations, it dropped about 15%, and measles is already at like 74%. So if we go down to like 60%, that's like not going to be good, man. Measles is really, really bad, and it really impacts like young kids basically. So
yeah, it's really scary times right now in this country. But yeah, I do need to. It's 4 a.m. for me. I'm not sure what time's on your end.
Damn.
So
yeah. Pacific.
Yeah, appreciate you for having me up.
Yeah, dude.
And I'll be back another time at a more reasonable hour. So.
Yeah, sounds good. I stream at 9 Pacific, so I'll catch you at the ends, I guess.
Got you.
All right, Dan.
All
Thanks,
right.
thanks, man. I
Have a good
appreciate
night.
you. Have a good one.
Bye.
Yeah, thanks again, Dan. Welcome in, guys. Debate Doc. What's up, guys? We have a community of scientists and some physicians and everything. It's really fun stuff. And Debate Doc's a friend of the stream. Welcome in, bro.
How's it going?
What's up?
How you doing tonight?
Good, man. Good. I had a fun beach day with my family, so that was good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been fun. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a couple super quick notes.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Tdap,
Mm-hmm.
and I just wanted to encourage everybody because, unless you have some sort of penetrating wound or something like that, that would require potentially a Tdap booster.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to get a Tdap booster every 10 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
And the current recommendations for adults are that you can get Tdap or TD.
Mm-hmm.
So TD is just the tetanus diphtheria without the acellular pertussis.
Okay.
I highly encourage everybody to get Tdap with the acellular pertussis.
Okay.
I don't fully understand why TD is, an alternative, but some places do offer that. However, acellular pertussis immunity does wane substantially over time, and getting whooping cough as an adult is pretty brutal. So, I highly recommend people get Tdap instead of TD. That was one, and then two, something that I don't think is discussed enough with measles. People talk about mortality rates and things like that, but not enough people know about a potential long-term complication of measles, which is something called subacute sclerosing panencephalitis, or SSPE. So about 10 to 15 years after measles infection, you can get a severe and almost universally fatal neurodegenerative condition called SSPE, where, it just kind of, sort of shuts down your brain.
Wow.
And, and you end up passing away in a pretty brutal fashion. So, so like measles, even if you do survive the initial infection, and I don't think that there's any real way to predict who's going to get SSP following measles.
Interesting.
So you can have it, you can recover from it, and then 10 to 15 years later, you can end up, passing away in a pretty brutal fashion.
It's crazy. Dude,
so
measles is so gnarly, man. Because I was reading about it, and it was like it infects the T cells. So I mean, does every measles infection do the antibody wipe, where you just basically start over new, or is it
know about?
Because I thought that was the measles T cell immune system wipe. I don't know what to call it.
I looked it up the other night. I can't remember exactly what it was called.
What it's actually caused? It's immune amnesia.
Yep, that's what it was. I don't know if that happens with every infection. It's a much more complicated disease than I think people give it credit for.
Yeah. So targeting memory cells. The measles virus infects and destroys memory cells in the immune system, including memory T cells and B cells, which are crucial for fighting infections and loss of immune memory. By eliminating these cells, the measles virus erases a significant portion of the body's existing immune memory, leaving the person with a blank slate for many diseases. And then obviously if you increase vulnerability there, which is wild because that's one of the ones that all of these naturopaths are saying that, oh, you can just get an infection for, and your body can deal with it. And it's like, well, wait, it's like literally the opposite. It's actually going to wipe out your immune system. And they confuse, which is, we were reading, because I refuse to just read about vaccine side effects here. I want to read about the actual viruses and pathogens. What was I going to say? They I had a loss of memory there. I had immune amnesia. Maybe I have measles. What was I gonna say? I lost it. But I think it's just it's scary, man. This thing, these people don't remember what that's right. The vaccine causes a non-pustule version. It's like a small little thing. So that's what people confuse with chicken pox. Sometimes you hear, oh, measles is just chicken pox. Like, that is not true. But it's actually like a smaller form that's from vaccinated individuals. So because they won't form the full pustule, they'll just form these little ones. And that's when it doesn't have its full, like the full expression of the virus. So then it's not as deadly and all that kind of stuff. So I think that people only think about that version that's from vaccinated individuals that happened at the very end. And they're not thinking about the full measles infection. Let me see.
I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong because you're the one who read the paper recently. But from what I remembered, measles is more of a maculopapular rash rather than a like vesicular one like chickenpox. So I didn't think that there really was a kind of, vesicular or kind of like, kind of pustular form. I thought it was more of a...
maybe I'm thinking about the... I was thinking about maybe I'm talking about smallpox or something. Because I was reading a bunch of them all together.
I mean, it might be the chickenpox vaccine. You get like a kind of like more mild vesicular. I mean, like I don't know if this is the case, but it could be that like maybe you get like a milder form of the rash because the chickenpox is a vesicular rash, for sure. And I mean, smallpox people don't get vaccinated against anymore, so
yeah, it's eradicated, completely eradicated from vaccine. It's the only one. We almost got measles, man. We almost got it, apparently.
I mean, and also polio. We almost got polio. Polio got sort of narrowed down to the point where it was endemic only in like certain parts of India, which was also kind of like the last bastion of smallpox. Was kind of pockets of India. And so it was kind of a similar deal for polio, and now polio is making a little bit of a comeback.
It's crazy, bro. That's absolutely insane.
I know. It's truly depressing. Particularly given that was one of like the first really big vaccine campaigns in the US. Was like, I mean, there was the classic like Elvis getting the polio, like the oral polio vaccine, to try and encourage, people to get it in the 50s. And now we've kind of backslid.
Yeah, the measles just is so infectious, man. It's just wild.
Oh yeah,
the R naught is insane.
Yeah,
is it like 8 or 9 or something?
Oh, I don't know if it's 8 or 9, but I mean I do know that it's like well above 1.
What is the R?
12 and 18. Holy.
Yeah, dude. It's like what?
I did not know it was that high. I was gonna guess like maybe like 2. I mean, you still get like exponential growth with
yeah,
R
dude.
Like
R naught of COVID is 1.4, 2.4. I mean, we're talking like, geez, guys, that's the rate of infectivity that you have. So that means that on average, one infected person with measles can transmit the virus to 12 to 18 susceptible individuals in a population without immunity. And this is what we're talking about. This is what herd immunity is, right? So herd immunity is when that can't make that jump. And remember, when that jump happens, more viral genomes out there, the more different times you can be infected with multiple different strains of that virus, which means that you can have viral genome recombination, which is very scary because that's how you evade vaccines so easily. And that's the because your body has an ability, the single nucleotide changes that happen just naturally. That is something that your body has evolved for. Your immune system evolved in a scenario where your viruses are mutating too. So a single nucleotide change, your body has somatic hypermutation, so it can actually deal with those like changes. But huge pandemic, so pan across the entire globe. So that means that you have viral genome recombinations happening all the time through, really distant strains. That gives a way higher rates of mutations that normally that your body just hasn't seen before, and your body hasn't evolved for. If a child is vaccinated for this much, how much does it minimize symptoms of measles? I don't know. That's a good question.
So measles is actually one of the best vaccines that we have.
Nice.
Measles immunity following vaccination is almost 100%.
Wow, that's amazing.
You don't even really get sick. So
wow, that's good.
And for the people asking, measles is what they had in like Texas. There was one in Iowa, an outbreak in Iowa. It's what was in American Samoa.
Mm-hmm. Fucking RFK, man, ridiculous.
I know. From which a couple kids passed away.
And they had guys like it happened right recently in Florida. Okay, Florida just had a measles outbreak, and you have like lockdown, like mandatory. You're in your house, lockdown. Like the idea that SARS-CoV-2 was bad, and that was one thing. That was one pandemic, right? One virus. Like imagine if we didn't have vaccines. 30 of these viruses and pathogens are going to be out there all the different times. You would have local epidemics, local outbreaks of all these different types of viruses. You'd have shutdowns constantly all throughout every year. You would have this thing popping up. So if you guys thought that mental health crises were bad before, imagine if we have no vaccinations and these things start coming back. It's going to be insane. It's going to be absolutely insane. I agree.
Something I wanted to mention, because a couple of people have brought it up, when it comes to, like vaccines and vaccinating children, a couple of the kind of anti-vax people have brought up, they vaccinate, babies against hepatitis B, at birth, it's a bloodborne, illness, how could a baby have it? Why are they starting it this early, et cetera, et cetera. But what they don't understand is that one of the most common ways for hepatitis B to be transmitted is from mother to baby during birth. And they've found that, hepatitis B, kind of like hepatitis C, can be kind of latent for a long time. Mm-hmm. So somebody may have hepatitis B and not have, like acute infection and not have, any symptoms, and still be able to pass it on, during delivery, the mother to the baby. And so they found that, immediate vaccination at birth, if the mom is Hep B positive, and, isn't aware of it. Don't make fun of me for saying a lot. It's not nice. But if mom's Hep B positive and isn't aware of it, then Hep B vaccination at birth can help prevent transmission of the baby. And so that's why they give it at birth.
Yeah, there's there's no reason not to. There's just it blows my mind. Like there's so few times that that you're making the right decision as a parent. It really is. It's hard to know if you're always making the right decision, but getting all the vaccines on schedule, that you're making the right decision every single time as a parent, guys. It's a no-brainer. You don't have to think about it. It's been tested. It's all okay. It just blows my mind.
Yeah. Anyway, I know that you might want to have some debates and stuff, but I just wanted to share that info about Tdap and measles.
It helps. That's what our Vax Facts today is too. By the way, Tdap Tdap during pregnancy protects newborns. 78% fewer pertussis cases in infants less than 2 months. 90% protection against pertussis hospitalization. So I wanted to highlight that one specifically because Tdap is safe. Vaccines are safe during pregnancy too. Okay, they're good. Like they're safe. It's important, guys. We know that this has been tested, and it gives your baby immunity or antibodies that it doesn't have when it's first born. And babies are super susceptible to these diseases, guys. The 5 million vaccine lives that we save every year, 4 million of those are children. So we're talking about children here. It's pro-life. Vaccines, pro-vote vaccine is pro-life.
Yeah,
So
there are certain vaccine. Sorry, excuse me. There are certain vaccines that like you need to get during pregnancy. A good one is like if you have like varicella exposure and you're a pregnant mom, and you're like later in the pregnancy, and you haven't been vaccinated in the past, then you really need to get the varicella vaccine like during pregnancy prior to delivery, because neonatal varicella can be deadly.
Yeah.
And so if you get the vaccine, following like a varicella exposure, then you can, pass that immunity on to the baby, and prevent neonatal varicella in your baby.
Yeah, nice. Lewis, I think takes us to 150, guys. This is it. 150. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yes. Let's go, Lewis. Lewis, thank you for getting vaccinated. Thank you. How long does the updated booster last before it wanes? 3 months? No, I think it really starts going down after like 10 months. So you're good. Yeah, it takes about 2 weeks, 1 week or 2 weeks to really kick in, and then it's good like for like 10, 11 months. Judy and No Booty, after the Johnson & Johnson vax and how it messed me up, I won't get my vaxes anymore. I mean, you can just get the Pfizer or the Moderna mRNA and you're fine. Yeah, Lewis, thank you for getting vaccinated. Thank you for loving yourself and the people around you. Any vaccines that you get with your family are also counted, because a family that vaccinates together lives long lives together. Manifesto, I also haven't died, and so therefore I don't think that you can die. Prove me wrong.
That's a bulletproof argument.
Why is the number going up behind the back of you, Sharma? Because this is the amount of our community vaccines, bud. These are the vaccines that we have gotten just ourselves. Just us, this stream. That's how we're doing things. We're going to get herd immunity ourselves. If this number doesn't get to 300 million, that's when I'll stop streaming, okay? I'll stop streaming when this gets up to 300 million. How about that? Is that okay?
I actually feel bad. I was picking up meds at CVS yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. And they offered me the COVID and flu vaccines, and I should have just done it. I mean, like I should have just done it right then and there.
You
and I could have added sequence? To the, and I could have just added to the vaccine counter. So I'm disappointed in myself for not doing it, but someday soon, in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to wait, and I mean, I'm in California, so I kind of have that ability to wait, for the new sequence to come out. But yeah, but depending on where you are, guys, because the CDC is removing the recommendations, you want to get it as soon as possible, because they could remove the recommendation, the insurance could stop following it, and then it costs like $150. Nice, Alice. I'll add to that number. Booking mine now. There we go, Alice. Let's go. AJ, yes, you do want to get it. You want to get it. You want to get your flu and booster every year. You want to get your MMR booster too. If you haven't gotten it since having a kid, being a kid, your MMR wanes after 10 to 20 years. So if you're a 20-year-old college student, you could probably just get it. What's up?
I was just gonna say, interesting kind of factoid. Prior to med school, I had to get titers done to see if I needed to get any additional boosters on any vaccines.
Yeah.
I think my titer for Hep B ended up being a little low. I got an HPV booster, and then my mumps titer was like non-existent, and so I got the MMR vaccine. And it was either measles or rubella and mumps. It was two of them. Two of them were too low. I got the MMR booster. One of them, I kind of became positive, and then mumps stayed negative. So I got another booster. Then it stayed negative. I got a third booster, and then it turns out I am a vaccine non-responder for mumps.
Wow.
Yeah,
interesting.
So I've gotten like 5 or 6 MMR vaccinations in my lifetime, which is further proof that there's no harm in getting the MMR booster. It's not like you can be over vaccinated.
Exactly. Dude, wasn't that guy, the German guy? It was like a super he got it like every month or something. It's like 180 mRNA boosters. It was incredible during the pandemic. So
that's a little wild. But.
I know. I was like, what? Well, I mean, it just goes to show that there's exactly what you're talking about. It's not like a depletion thing where your immune system is depleted from getting a vaccine. Alice, I think someone said, so as an adult who had measles, except for all 3, should I do MMR? Also, I have questions. I mean, Alice, if you haven't had it for a little bit, I would. Just because in the United States, it's kind of happening. Why do they stop the HPV vaccine at 26? I don't know.
I think because by that time, you've most likely been exposed. And so they kind of decided that at that point, there's not as much utility in getting the vaccine because you've probably just gotten, exposed naturally.
Oh, interesting. Stars got my titer on Wednesday. Will it show all my vaccinations? The ones that you got tested for, probably. Yeah. Where's what test you got, right?
But,
can you get
but you can still get the HPV vaccine after 26. It's not like it's going to hurt you or anything. It's just that they just kind of assume that, kind of looking at it kind of statistically, you are likely to have been exposed at that point. But there's just no harm in getting it after 26. It's not like it stops working or something like that.
How long do these vaccines last until we need to update them? So you get flu and COVID every year because the vaccine, the sequence changes. So COVID is in a pandemic, so the sequence is constantly changing. Same thing with the flu. And then and that's, yeah. And then and then basically over decades, the titer or the antibodies just wane over time. So that's why you get the MMR after 10 to 20 years. Dude, did you see that they actually made the flu trivalent this year? Yeah, they removed that sequence that was from the extinct flu species. Guys, I don't know if you know, but we actually eradicated one of the flu strains that we have. It's wild. It's pretty cool. So during the pandemic, we isolated enough that in the R naught, right? The ability to transmit this flu wasn't as good as the other ones, and it actually died off. So it died off, and one of the flu strains died. So we used to get the flu vaccine that you get, it was actually 4 sequences, and they actually removed one of them now. So we did it. So we did one of them. Isn't that cool? I despise the flu.
One of the flu sequences is the remnant of the Spanish flu from 1918.
Oh, really?
Yeah, after the massive, pandemic.
Yeah.
It might be flu A, but that strain of flu just became endemic and is now considered, I think it's flu A. But
wow, that's cool.
It is the Spanish flu gone endemic.
Dude, my wife's doing the flu clinic at her hospital this week, and we actually have like 100 flu shots in the refrigerator right now. Yeah. So yeah, guys, I'm not gonna put it on the vaccine counter. All right, we can't. But she's gonna go around and just pop some shoulders. Get everyone all up to date. Pretty cool, huh? Why doesn't the test a HPV vaccine for carcinogens, mutagenesis, and carcinogens? They do, Stephanie. All the vaccines are tested for all of those.
Okay, quick correction because I just looked it up because I was curious.
Okay.
So the Spanish flu was caused by the H1N1 influenza A virus, while the 1918 H1N1 virus is no longer considered endemic. So I guess it was for a while, but it is no longer considered endemic. Its descendants and other influenza A virus subtypes that carry segments of its genes, such as current seasonal H1N1 viruses and the 2009 pandemic strain, also H1N1, do circulate endemically and epidemically.
Ooh, user 139. I have an amazing immune system. I won't compromise what God gave me to suit all the scaredy cats. User 139, you're the one that's afraid, my friend. You're afraid of things that you don't understand. You don't understand how awesome vaccines are. You don't understand how scary and how insane these viruses and pathogens are. So you're afraid of knowledge that you don't understand. It's okay, though. You can learn and you can join the club and be protecting yourself and the people around you.
Something that will make your immune system even stronger. Like imagine, if you got such a strong immune system, what it would be like if you also got vaccines.
That's very true. Matt Lawson, what if all viruses are created by governments? Possible? No. Don't they evolve? No. There's all the viruses are completely evolved separately, and yeah, it's actually really cool. There is no common viral parental strain. They all evolved differently, and it's actually a really interesting case of biology and evolution. How long do these lives for? How long? I do like 9 until the next 30 minutes. So I do like 4 hours at least. 4 hours a night.
Would you be interested in a fun fact about the common cold?
Yeah, for sure.
People know that like kids get sick a lot and kids get colds all the time, and then as you get older, you get fewer colds.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it's kind of the reason that there's not a vaccine against the common cold. It's because the common cold is caused by rhinovirus, and I think that there are something on the order of like 105 serotypes of the common cold.
Wow, that's insane.
And so, yeah, so like, way too many to really develop a vaccine against. But as you go through life and you get colds, you're developing immunity to, kind of these various serotypes of the cold.
Mm-hmm.
And so as you get older, you've been exposed to more and more of the, rhinovirus serotypes. And so you are literally getting like less susceptible to the cold over time because you're developing immunity to all these various kind of cold strains. So by the time you're much older, you almost never get colds because you've already been exposed to so many.
Wow. That's interesting. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
There's 3 species of the rhinovirus, A, B, and C, include at least 165 recognized types that differ according to their surface antigens or genetics. They are among the smallest viruses with diameters around 30 nanometers. They are tiny. By comparison, other viruses such as smallpox are around 10 times larger, around 300 nanometers, while influenza viruses are around 80 to 120 nanometers. That's crazy, man. My single-walled carbon nanotubes were 5 nanometers in diameter. That's wild.
Okay, so I undershot. There were 165.
Wow. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy that there could be so many different ones, but you can look at it. Dude, that's so cool.
So, Daisy Ellis, the common cold is a coronavirus. So, coronavirus can cause a kind of quote unquote common cold.
Mm-hmm.
But most colds, most kind of like viral rhinitis sort of colds are caused by rhinoviruses, not coronaviruses. That's a kind of less common cause of the common cold.
Yeah, coronaviruses have those spike proteins up. You can look up the wiki and you can see that there's like these huge little spikes that are coming up. That's where you get the crown look, the coronavirus look. And those spike proteins are what we can actually, they're unique enough that you can actually create a vaccine based off of it. And then there's also like the capsid that your body makes a Yeah, exactly. Crown. Yeah, exactly, Matt. So your body creates like the different parts of the virus creates a different types of antibodies. So you do, if you get a full SARS-CoV-2 infection of a coronavirus, you're actually going to get the antibodies for that capsid, and the spikes itself.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't see the question that you're responding to, Daisy. Yeah.
Everyone should read the vaccine packet inserts and inform themselves on the lack of testing for safety. That's completely false, Stephanie. Thanks for saying that so we could respond to that and say that is completely untrue. It's been tested. We have these tests. They're called the CDC and the FDA. We all test them, and they're all good. Yeah, don't worry. Just because there's big, scary words that you don't understand what they mean, that doesn't mean that they're actually dangerous for you. That's what scientists are here and devoting their lives in order to try to help and do exactly what you're talking about. Pull up section 13.1 and read about HPV. Okay, here we go. Section 13.1, HPV.
One of my favorite debate moments of yours was when you read the IUPAC name
for glucose.
Glucose, yeah. And Led was like, "Yeah, I wouldn't put that in my body." Like, your body makes that. Like, even if you don't put it in your body, if you have like fats or something or proteins as part of the metabolism process, your body converts them into glucose molecules to break down because that's the primary fuel of your body. It's like you can't avoid it. It's impossible.
Yeah, Stephanie, there's no test listed for HPV under 13.1, which is tested for carcinogens. There's no test listed for HPV. Let's see. We're scrolling down.
I mean, fun fact, HPV itself is a carcinogen.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a carcinogenic virus. Like, HPV is responsible for almost all cervical cancer. So if you don't get the HPV vaccine, then, and the rates of HPV among the general public, unvaccinated people, as you get older, kind of approach 100%, like everybody kind of has it. And there are certain dangerous subtypes. I think 16 and 18 are the more common dangerous ones. 11 is also up there in terms of like kind of cancer causing potential. I think there's one more, but yeah, I mean, like those are the ones that the HPV vaccine vaccinates against, like the quadrivalent one. 16, 18, maybe like 11 and 14 or something like that. And yeah, so if you don't get the vaccine, then you're very likely to get HPV at one point in your life. And then, it increases your risk of cervical cancer very substantially. So the HPV vaccine is anti-carcinogenic.
Yeah. Matt Lawson, what would it still be worth me getting a COVID vax after already having COVID without it? Yeah, because you don't know what the strain is that SARS-CoV-2 you had before. So the SARS-CoV-2 new vaccine might be a new strain, and that could protect your viral loads from getting long COVID and that kind of thing. So yeah, it still would be worth it.
Stephanie, what cancers does the HPV vaccine cause? Let me know.
Yeah.
I think 0.
Oh, there are no tests, so we don't know. I'm pretty sure it was tested. Pretty sure it's all been tested.
Wasn't that kind of wild, Stephanie? If you're claiming that, it causes cancer, but you don't actually know about cancer because no tests were done, but I guess you just think it causes cancer, but you don't actually know because...
Which one is it? If it causes cancer, then wouldn't you have a study that you could show?
Yeah, that's a very interesting supposition that you're making.
There are no tests for carcinogens. Well, do you understand what you were saying, though?
I can't say it doesn't cause cancer. You could say that about anything, Like, I can't say that, like, printer paper doesn't cause cancer. I don't think printer paper's ever been tested for, its carcinogenic potential. Who knows? Maybe every time you're touching a piece of paper, it's, causing you cancer.
And then Stephanie, this is a really important document for you. So obviously you've had all these vaccines, right? So you really care about, you really do care about all this stuff? So you've gotten all these vaccines because you really agree with all these. But Stephanie, but you care about the package inserts and you trust them enough now that you got all your vaccines, right? So you've gotten all your vaccinations that have all the inserts on it. Because what I'm guessing is that you don't actually care what this is on here anyway. You don't trust anything that's being put out. So I've called the end god tattoo. Okay, so yeah, so you haven't exactly. So you don't agree and you don't trust this anyway. So that's the thing, is that you're going on your own thing. So and you're trying to just like, you found some. Oh, it's on YouTube. Oh, okay. It's always farming. Living free. Subscribe to my YouTube. Teaching liberty.
To the person who said that printer paper actually might be carcinogenic, maybe that was a bad example. I was just looking at my desk and there's printer paper on it. So, yeah. BPA. Okay. Well, yeah, maybe that was a bad example. But I don't know. There's plenty of stuff out there.
Stephanie, you don't understand what I'm talking about. You don't care about. I mean, what? I literally have it pulled up on my thing. I'm literally, I have it on I'm streaming on YouTube right now and I have it pulled up. Again, though, I mean, if you cared about this document, then you would have gotten all the vaccines on this piece of paper, but you didn't. So what big pharma do you get kickbacks from? Hey, guess who pays me more? Honestly, your mom. She pays me way more than big pharma does. So, how do we trust these chemicals if you don't know the chemistry? They've been tested. Just because you don't understand what these are, they're big, scary sounding names, but that doesn't mean they're cancerous or they're bad for you. Yeah, what's the unpacked name for caffeine? That's a dude. That'd be gnarly.
I'm actually curious now.
Why are you, Stephanie? You don't even care about this document because you don't have any vaccines. Stephanie, our virus is real. Our virus is real. Tell me. I am reading. I literally have it. I have it up on my second monitor, and if you looked at my stream, you would know that I was literally looking at it. You're telling me to do something that I'm doing right now.
The crickets are me. They're very loud. But yeah, almost everything does have a Cali warning. This product or a byproduct may cause cancer.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Everything is. Oh yeah.
Yeah, California Prop 53 or something like that.
Yeah, like everything. I believe in terrain theory and germ theory. Is that plausible? 0%, bro. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible. Terrain theory is that because of alkaline conditions, you have these viruses that are being attracted or repelled from the organism itself, and it doesn't have any. They're not actual viruses. No, I mean, it's just been discredited.
Apparently, it was proposed by French chemist Antoine Béchamp as an alternative to germ theory. So yeah, seems incompatible to believe in.
List all the studies for carcinogens, mutagenesis, and fertility they did for that HPV shot. Like what? Okay, Stephanie, list all the vaccines that you actually agree with, and no, tell me if you actually think that viruses are real. Tell me. I don't think so. Tell me if viruses are real, and I can engage with you. Terrain model of disease. It doesn't have its own Wikipedia. It's only on germ theory denialism. terrain theory model of disease is an like, okay, so if I'm going to read this, Matt Lawson. Where'd you find this? Where'd you find terrain theory, and why do you believe it? Viruses are real. Okay, no, you didn't. No. See, no. Tell me that you believe in germ theory. Because I know what you're saying. I know you're saying I believe. Not you, Matt.
I mean, it seems like if you're trying to blend terrain theory and germ theory, you're basically just saying that some people have comorbidities that can make, infections worse, which...
Dude, I mean, okay, so what are the HPV study, human study trials? Human study trials.
I mean, I think she's trying to say that I just found the vaccine insert for MMR. It says 13.1 carcinogenesis, mutagenesis, impairment of fertility. It's not been evaluated for carcinogenic or mutagenic potential or impairment of fertility. I mean, my guess is because the vast majority of people get these vaccines and you wouldn't necessarily see the impacts on carcinogenesis, mutagenesis, or fertility until decades later. So how are you supposed to isolate, the people who got it versus didn't get it to kind of compare them? I just don't think that the trials are feasible is the issue. These would have to be decades long studies.
I mean, there's one that's recruiting right now for HPV related carcinoma. They're literally ongoing right now. So,
but are they related to the HPV vaccine or HPV itself?
Yeah, HPV vaccine. No, you're right. No, it's HPV related itself. Yeah, I mean,
because it causes cervical carcinoma.
Yeah,
and then the person who said their dad had neck cancer from HPV. Yeah, so certain HPV strains can also affect the larynx, so it can cause laryngeal papillomatosis, which can be pretty brutal, and then can also cause laryngeal cancer.
Dang.
Yeah, HPV is a gnarly disease.
Yeah, it just seems like he wouldn't want to do it. Wouldn't want to do it.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's probably why that there aren't a lot of.
Dude, what's the long-term impacts of cervical cancer? Stephanie, what are you talking about? Again, you guys pay so much attention to the side effects and long-term impacts of these vaccines. What's the impact and the long-term studies on the actual cancer? It's way worse. It's way worse. It's insane. You guys are paying attention to the wrong thing. You're lucky to have the long-term impacts of the vaccine. You're lucky. You're able to have the MMR 30-year study because you're not dying of measles as a kid.
I mean, and Stephanie, another thing is, if they found these vaccines to be safe and effective, nobody, no IRB would actually approve a long-term, randomized trial on it, because to deny one group the benefit of the vaccine for the sake of the study would be unethical. You literally couldn't get that study approved. It wouldn't be possible.
Safe and effective. Yeah. Vaccines are safe and effective. Yeah. Which more safe than the actual cervical cancer that you would have. That's the whole point. Okay, Matt, yeah, you can and we do, Stephanie. Nature cure, germ versus terrain theory. Okay, so you found, oh my God, dude. Some nature cure familyhealth.com. So you're going to believe what this guy believes. over the entire field of microbiology. Like what this?
Also, these people aren't real doctors.
This exact website. Guest post by Maria Mosley. It's like chiropractor, dude. I swear.
No, they're naturopathic, quote unquote, doctors.
Oh, they're an ND, so it's not a doctor. Oh my god.
No,
dude.
not a doctor.
Oh my god, dude. This is offensive. My sources that no you don't, Stephanie. Don't claim that. Oh my gosh, dude. What an actual so dangerous, dude. These people are just so vile. Look at this. Insanity, dude. Good thing this person doesn't have a following online. 800 followers. Jesus.
One of so chiropractors, I think, too, sort of up their legitimacy. Some of them call themselves, quote unquote, functional neurologists.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you've seen that. Or they'll have a quote unquote functional neurology practice. And it's become like a legitimate problem because there are a class of neurological disorders called functional neurological disorders, or FNDs. And it can be very confusing because you can actually be a neurologist, like a real MD or DO, practicing neurologist who did like a fellowship in, functional neurological disorders, like functional neurology. So you could truly be a functional neurologist who takes care of people with functional neurological disorders, and no one can find you because if anybody ever looked up functional like neurology, all they would find would be chiropractors. When like you might actually need somebody who specializes in FNDs, because they can be like big issues.
Matt Lawson, isn't that the problem, bro? You don't have a study, and you're taking on the entire field of microbiology with an alternative hypothesis. Like exceptional claims require exceptional evidence. So that's the problem, is that you have no evidence other than basically an opinion piece off of some naturecurefamilyhealth.com. So it's like that's kind of the problem, dude. There are no peer-reviewed papers on the things that my point. Yeah, it's completely false, Stephanie. There's tons of things to say that the HPV vaccine is safe and effective. It's just that you found this one little thing because HPV causes cancer.
Oh, buddy, viruses aren't a hypothesis.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Matt Lawson, this is the problem, bro. Okay, let's go through here. Here we go. This is your thing. We're gonna go through it. We're reading your thing. This is it. Here we go. We have all heard a lot about asymptomatic, symptom-free carriers. Oh God, when are they writing this nonsense? Oh no, this is during the pandemic. God, they're actually doing this during the pandemic. These people are genuinely atrocious. They took the idea that these people are actually dying in a pandemic, and they're putting this stuff out there in order to sell their green tea monthly subscription with rosemary tinctures. It's insane to me. We all have heard that a lot about asymptomatic carriers of infectious illness. This idea is based upon what's called germ theory, the idea that germs are the enemy, not to be directly attacked or avoided. The opposite of germ theory is terrain theory, the idea that the health of the tissue or person is what determines infection. Oh my God, the root cause of disease. Why do all of them, they all say the same nonsense? A blend between the two also exists. This is the idea that it's both the health of the tissue combined with the virulence of the bug that determines illness. Yeah, that is not true, man. I mean, that is just, they're trying to like downplay what actual terrain theory is. So it just blows my mind that people will say this. Terrain theory is actual terrain theory, again, is a variation of Becamp's ideas that is also an obsolete medical theory that held that diseases were caused by the composition of the body. The, quote, terrain will attract germs to come as scavengers of the weakened or poorly defended tissue. but can't believe that the pH of the body is important, that an acidic pH will attract germs and an alkaline pH will repel them. Pasteur disproved spontaneous generation with a series of experiments in the 1870s. So again, dude, like, this is crazy. I'm going back to Pasteur in order to try to. But I actually want to go through all of his experiments, man. I mean, apparently they're still good. We still gotta go through it.
I was about to say that Pasteur's experiments were great.
I know, right? The swan neck was so good, dude, because the miasma thing. It's like if it's in the air, then the swan neck, there's no, the air could pass through, but then it's obviously not, because the swan neck was capturing things that were falling. So therefore it was something in the air. It was genius.
Yeah.
Mwah.
It was fantastic.
Like, beautiful. That is a beautiful experiment, dude. But then the spontaneous generation, because then he's basically, I do mostly a carnivore diet. Thank you. All right. I bet you do. I bet you do. Wait, wait. You do a carnivore diet, but I pulled up your thing and you're all talking about farming. And you have greens and you're chopping up greens. You have like nothing but zucchinis and like fresh veg, how to freeze fresh veg. So you don't even agree with your own TikTok is all about farming and gardening and stuff, but you only do carnivore. So then that's not carnivore. Then you said mostly, like, which one is it? Is it carnivore or is it? Oh my gosh, y'all are so funny, dude. Y'all are so funny. Over 10 evidence for asymptomatic transmission. Over 10 years ago, researchers performed a systematic review of published studies looking at viral shedding and disease transmission of viral influenza. They, quote, found that there is scant, if any, evidence that asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic individuals play an important role in influenza transmission. As such, recent articles concerning pandemic planning, some using transmission modeling, may have overestimated the effect of pre-symptomatic and asymptomatic influenza transmission. More definitive transmission studies are needed. During the current pandemic, another study exposed 455 people to asymptomatic COVID-19 carriers for 4 to 5 days. What? After which they were quarantined. When tested afterwards, no SARS-CoV-2 infections were detected by nucleic acid test. The conclusion was that infectivity of the asymptomatic COVID-19 carriers might be weak. Well, yeah, because they don't have a large enough viral load. See, dude, even their own. I mean, it's so frustrating when people asymptomatic COVID. Yeah, I mean, if you only have SARS-CoV-2 in a small viral load enough that you're not making like COVID symptoms, then yeah, you're going to be an asymptomatic spreader. I mean, that's. I understand. Please note that the asymptomatic does not equal pre-symptomatic. Pre-symptomatic are the people who will develop symptoms, and the pre-symptomatic phase is about 5 days. Asymptomatic means no symptoms of the disease ever develop. Okay. The asymptomatic person is someone who is exposed to the virus, but nothing happens because their own innate immune system is able to fight it off immediately without them knowing when they are exposed. So what will happen? What keeps the asymptomatic person free of symptoms? Okay. So now predisposition to illness. Pre-existing conditions have always been the biggest factor in the severity of acute infection. In one study of 5,700 hospitalized COVID-19 patients in New York, 94% had a chronic health problem. Well, yeah, because it's like, if anything wrong with them at all, yeah, the large percentage of them are going to have it. They're hospitalized. And 88 had 2 or more chronic health problems. Hypertension, obesity, diabetes were the 3 most prevalent conditions. Okay. Other studies have been done to prove this link in the previous underlying chronic disease and poorer clinical outcomes as well. Okay. Again, dude, what is going on? So again, they're talking about things that are okay, somewhat true, and then let's so now let's see how they're actually trying to dismantle all of microbiology now. Okay, there are two very different schools of thought on why this might be. Germ theory rests on the idea that diseases arise from germs outside of the body. Microbes are generally to be guarded against. Every disease is associated with particular microorganisms. Disease can strike anyone. Germs are detrimental, and it doesn't put an emphasis on our immune system. No, it definitely does, because that's the whole idea. Antigens from the germs create antibodies, and that is a huge emphasis on our immune system. That's what the entire field of immunology is. So again, it's nonsense. This theory was developed over 200 years ago by Pasteur, credited for the discovery of microbes. But we have learned a lot more about microbes in the last 200 years. I mean, thank you for letting me know. For example, we now know we have as much bacteria in our bodies as we have in our cells. I hate this person so much. Most of these bacteria are beneficial and actually help us. Our gut microbiome, for instance, functional to maintain gut integrity, assists with nutrient absorption, and helps us thrive. I hate these people using my field against me. I hate these people so much. I hate these people. Scientists have recently found that we have a virome, a series of 300 trillion viruses that are beneficial for us and protect us. These viruses have a complex but beneficial interaction with humans and positively up or down regulate our immune response and susceptibility of infection, and some are even being studied for us as anti-cancer drugs. Okay, I hate this person so much. This brings me to terrain theory. Terrain theory rests on the idea opportunistic microbes feed on damaged dead cells, i.e. the terrain has been damaged, or microorganisms can become pathogenic as the health of the host microorganism deteriorates. Unhealthy conditions encourage disease, so the focus should be on strengthening overall health and the immune system. Another way to understand this, Rudolf Virchow, the father of modern pathology, said, quote, "If I could live my life over again, I would devote it to proving that germs seek their natural habitat, diseased tissue, rather than being the cause of dead tissue. In other words, mosquitoes seek the stagnant water, but do not cause the pool to become stagnant." Oh my God. Someone pulled this on me. This naturopath was talking about this, was like flies to a roadkill kind of like analogy. They use this stuff. It's so wild to me. In practice, I see this as well. For example, fungal overgrowth in the gut occurs due to the lack of good bacteria. The imbalanced flora is what causes the weeds to grow, so it is not the germ, but the changes of the environment that allows it to overgrow and cause symptoms. Okay. Two more paragraphs here. So it is really the germ that causes the disease, or is it the terrain that allows the germ to set up shop? A third theory incorporates both. The germ-terrain duality. This theory argues that, quote, microbes need to be guarded against, but not at the expense of the terrain. Disease is due to both germs and the person's disease state, both equally important. To prevent disease, we must build our defenses and create an environment of health, end quote. This study of malaria also points to the germ-terrain theory, showing how, quote, tobacco use and or physical strain under the hot sun, which caused cell and tissue damage, may have implicated in the ecology of malaria fever under the germ-terrain duality theory. My take. Oh, here we go. The concept of merely avoiding or killing germs to be free of disease doesn't present the whole picture of what we know of immunology. Thanks. I'm happy she told us. Children exposed to germs at an earlier age, playing in the dirt, living in rural farms, or blah, 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 are less likely to have allergies, asthma, atopic disorders, or colitis, and other gastrointestinal illnesses. This is because not all microorganisms are our enemies. Our focus should be, therefore, shift from microbes alone to strengthening overall health and immune function. Then our bodies will be capable of fighting off pathogenic foreign invaders, and opportunistic infections alike, while maintaining a beneficial relationship with our healthy microbiome. Oh, dude, you know what I think about immediately when I read like gibberish like this is Karl Popper's falsificationism. It's like what, like okay, test your hypothesis with the freaking study. You know what I mean? Like do something. Like actually test what you're saying. Like the show me this germ versus terrain, and then this hybrid theory that you have, or hypothesis that you have, and incorporate both of them. Like they're not saying anything. They're not proposing anything. They're trying to cherry pick from both of them and not actually like form their own hypothesis that can be tested. They're just, this is snake oil salesman 101, man. This is what I'm talking about, where it's like, this is just an op-ed that they posted that has no studies. It's not been tested, no hypothesis driven. They have a bunch of links to actual things, right? That bunch of actual, like 21 different references here, and people fall for this stuff and they're like, oh yeah, so like germ theory and terrain theory are basically like both the same and you can actually have both. It's like, in reality, bro, like no, you can't.
It's so frustrating because like there are like tiny little nuggets of truth.
Exactly.
But just spun in such a way that it becomes nonsensical. Like Matt, like you keep on saying, you know, like, oh, is the terrain not important? And if by that, if all you're saying is that like, do people have comorbidities? Like, yes, people can have comorbidities. Like, you know, if you are a healthy 20-something, you know, with no medical conditions, are you going to fare better given, you know, some sort of infectious illness than somebody who's, you know, in their 60s and has like diabetes and COPD and, you know, heart failure and, you know, like cardiovascular disease? Like, yeah, definitely. But like, that's not terrain theory. That's just saying some people have comorbidities that, you know, make them more susceptible to severe illness. You know, this terrain theory thing is saying that like, if you have damaged tissue, then it becomes like a spontaneous nidus for, you know, germs to like spring up and cause disease or something like that. And that's not the case. Like if you get exposed to germs, then you can get the disease. And then, yeah, some people fare better than others depending on their comorbidities. It's not really terrain theory. It's just comorbidities.
Exactly. Here's the terrain theory back to the wiki. However, so this is after the Pasteur disproved spontaneous generation with a series of experiments. However, understanding the causes of sickness does not always immediately lead to the effective treatment of the sickness, and the great decline in mortality during the 19th century stemmed mostly to the improvements of hygiene and sanitation. In fact, one of the first movements to deny germ theory, the sanitary movement, was nevertheless central in developing America's public health infrastructure. Wow, correlation does not equal causation there. That's incredible. Providing clean water and sanitation reduced the environment for pathogens to develop, and mortality rates fell dramatically. That's so interesting.
Another kind of interesting thing from that thing was the idea that, like, you know, people who live on farms and play in the dirt and stuff like that have less like atopic conditions, like fewer atopic conditions.
Yeah.
So like asthma, allergy, stuff like that. That actually is true.
Yeah.
There's this general thought that, you know, like we live in such a kind of hyper sanitized world that our immune system doesn't really know, like it's not exposed to enough kind of pathogens and antigens. And so the immune system doesn't really know what to do with itself and becomes kind of hyper-reactive to innocuous antigens. Yeah. And then you get allergies. But that's not saying that, like, you know, you should go, I don't know, like lick people with active bacterial infections or something like that.
Dude, I have a learned behavior hypothesis on this that because all my kids at some point have like taken rocks and just like put them in their mouths, and I genuinely do wonder if it's like kind of like a an evolved behavior that's like innate in humans to just put things in their mouth that they see on the ground, like because that having that in our brains would push us into having a more diverse microfauna, gut microbiome, and we would have better fitness or something. You know what I mean? Like but I also wonder if that's just like, if it's because of that, or if it's just because kids like to just put things in our mouths. But then I also wonder, well, why are they just liking to put things in their mouths? Is it because of like a teething thing, I wonder? Or is it because of like a gut microbiome thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's I certainly do not know anything to like.
I'm just spitballing. That's like an evolutionary developmental psychology question. I don't think that's how would you ever prove that? But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, I don't know. I mean, when I was little, but even to this day, like I mean, unless I'm like in the hospital or something, and I know that the ground is like absolutely filthy. Mm-hmm. But if I'm just like in a normal place, I don't know, like I'll eat things off the ground. I don't care if something fell on the ground. I'm a firm believer in the 5+ second rule, you know, and I feel like that has, you know, maybe in part contributed to my, you know, pretty decent ability to eat like just about anything. I like never really get food poison. I don't think I got some sort of like viral enteritis like one time. For those who are uninitiated, viral kind of like enteritis or gastroenteritis is like stomach flu, stomach whatever. I got that once when I was younger, but like I've never gotten food poisoning. I've never really like had any sort of major, you know, GI kind of problem. I feel like part of that might have to do with my, I don't know, somewhat lax take on kind of foodstuffs on the ground.
Nice.
Who knows? That might just be me getting lucky. But
dude, it makes me want to like go through. I'm gonna go through all the Pasteur like stuff. I wanted to think about. So I asked ChatGPT like whatever the series of experiments that reveal that viruses are the cause of disease, and they were talking about the tobacco mosaic virus experiments, 1892. So they conducted pivotal experiments with tobacco mosaic disease. They filtered sap from an infected tobacco plant through porcelain filters fine enough to trap the bacteria. When the filtered sap still caused the disease in healthy plants, he concluded that the infectious agent must be something smaller than the bacteria, which he termed a contagion vivum fluidum, soluble living germ, what we now call a virus.
Dang, that's pretty cool.
Filtered sap. So, yeah, that's crazy.
While you're looking some of that, I just wanted to quickly run through because like we kind of did a little debunk of terrain theory. Mm-hmm. I want to quickly run through a couple of other like common things, and just like talk about like the kind of insanity at the core of them.
Yeah.
So for people who like homeopathy, the core concept in homeopathy is that the more you dilute something, the more potent it becomes. It is an absolutely insane concept. So the idea, or like you can kind of like develop some sort of kind of tolerance to it. So the idea was like, you know, if you take lead or something like that and you dilute it to 1 part per billion or something like that, you just do these serial dilutions, then that hyper diluted lead to the point where like it might as well not exist, will somehow make you resistant to lead. Or if you have some sort of like beneficial agent that's supposed to kind of like something medicinal, the more you dilute it, the more powerful it becomes. And so you dilute it to, through serial dilutions, again, like 1 part per million or something like that. And that will make it a more potent medicine. So like just conceptually, it is bonkers. Like, it makes no sense. So that is the core of homeopathy, is that, like, dilution increases the strength of things, which just intuitively is like counterfactual. And then for people who are like believers in chiropractic was started by this guy, Daniel David Palmer. He was a spiritualist, and he thought that the ghost of some like long dead physician named Dr. Atkinson, Jim Atkinson, the ghost of this guy like conveyed like the concepts of chiropractic to him. And he learned how all disease was caused by misalignment of the spinal column. He called them vertebral subluxations, and that all disease could be remedied by spinal manipulation and freeing up the core energy that ran throughout your body via the spinal column. And like that was the core, or like the kind of crucial component of treating disease druglessly. And so it wasn't just like this will help my back pain. It was that all disease could be healed via manipulation, like spinal manipulation, and kind of correcting these vertebral subluxations, which are not a thing. Vertebral subluxation is not a thing. But clearing up these vertebral subluxations, and that would kind of cure people. And again, he received this information from the ghost of a deceased physician. Like, that is chiropractic. So for all those people who are like, like doctor of chiropractic, like these are like legit people, that is the core of their like, field.
They're not sending their best. You know what I mean?
They are not.
Oh man.
And like, if you go to one and they like crack your back and it feels a little bit better, fine. But those same things could be done more competently by like a physical therapist who get like actual evidence-based training.
So frustrating, man.
And a rant on homeopathy and chiropractic.
Yeah, it's at least, I feel like they're at least chiropractors are, who used to go into chiropractors, they're going to NDs, it feels like. You know what I mean? NDs is like where they're like winding up now.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the whole like alternative medicine ecosystem. Mm-hmm. And like,
because famously, like, pharmaceutical companies are too corrupt, so these NDs all like create these worker co-ops, these non-profits, so that alternative to pharmaceutical companies that are for profit. Obviously, all of these like naturopath companies are all non-for-profit. Oh wait, never mind. Wait, 1 second. I'm getting it. Okay, that's not true. None of that's true. They're all, wow, their profit margins are way higher than pharmaceutical companies. Wow. Who would have thought? Damn. Never mind. Sorry. I was like, never. Oof, that was close.
And they get to hawk completely untested supplements that aren't required to be approved by the FDA.
I know, how convenient. And then now,
yeah, terrific.
And then now, especially now with the FDA being owned by these guys, they could actually get these things passed if they wanted to, but of course they're not going to, because RFK would allow it, but if they but they won't, because they can't prove it, because it's snake oil salesmen and they're lying. They know they're lying.
One of the larger industries in Utah is the supplement industry. It's kind of like the epicenter of the supplement industry is Utah. Mm-hmm. And a key reason why supplements are unregulated in the U.S. is because Senator Orrin Hatch out of Utah, calling him out, Orrin Hatch specifically out of Utah, has lobbied extensively to keep supplements as not needing to be tested or regulated by the FDA to protect the supplement industry. Because if they had to be FDA like tested and regulated, it would absolutely decimate it. So we can thank Orrin Hatch for the untested supplement market.
Crazy, dude. It's so frustrating.
Like Mitt Romney may be a billionaire who ran the Rand Corporation and stuff, but infinitely preferable to Orrin Hatch.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Dude, I really want to go through in the future, So I want to try these. One, I keep getting these, like we were talking about with the viruses being real, the Pasteur, the microbiology, the foundational microbiology questions. And then I'm going to try to put like a knowledge center to get like a frequently asked questions. So like because I just keep getting these freaking questions, man. So I need to I want to build out so I can bring it up and just be like, oh yeah, this is what this is. So I'm going to start building that out and then try to do that. So I think that'd be kind of fun to do in these like lives, because it just, I keep having to find the same studies. I keep having to build up the same things. And, but dude, Debate Doc, thank you for coming on, bro. Like you're always welcome to come on, and I appreciate you, man. Thank you for doing what you do, and you're awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I had a lot of fun. This was a good time.
Nice, man. Yeah, let's do it again. I like this, having a conversation with you, and we can kind of like take questions together. That was really cool. Let's do it again.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Sick. All right, thanks, brother. Have a good one, man. Debate Doc. Exactly. Common Debate Doc W. Exactly, guys. Follow him. Follow Debate Doc, guys. Incredible friend of the stream. Follow Debate Doc, guys. All right. Well, we've gone for over 5 hours now. Happens a lot. Seems to happen a lot here. I appreciate you guys. It was a fun one. I know. We did 5 hours. I know, Dr. Joe. It's crazy. Hey, Dr. Joe. Oh, Dr. Joe, we were just talking about you, bro. That's so cool. I was just, someone was just talking to you. The biochem. I was just watching your thing. We were talking about your video. I did a little segment on the CRISPR horses. That was so cool. So, nice, dude. That's so cool. Awesome, dude. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, well, they banned it. They banned it in the Polio. They can change their myostatin, so that they can, they can make some super horses basically for muscles and stuff. It's wild. Anyway, guys, I think that's it. Okay, one second. Oh shoot, one second. I always forget to do this at the end. Yeah, exactly, Debate Dog. All right, guys. Last subscriber. Thank you guys so much. 5-minute sickle cell lessons. Thank you, Kathleen, Staris, Melanie, Helen, NB Human, Ado, Maiden of Mayhem, and top liker for the night, Mrs. Dr. G. Putting in work before she passed out. Still, people can't pass her. Incredible. Song of the South, Potato Chip People, Jared, Darcher, Helen, NB Human, Marshmallow, Maiden of Mayhem. Thank you guys so much, guys. We did it again. I think we're running out of people, guys. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Yeah. Great doc, dude. We really appreciate you, man. And she's so fun. I asked the stupidest mammal questions to her because I have no idea any of that stuff. So it's really interesting to like to ask her questions, and she's a great resource, and it's crazy what you guys know. It's honestly so impressive how much info you guys have about mammals, and I just like I can't even comprehend. It's incredible. Anyway, we did it again. We're at 150, guys. We're at 150. Absolutely insane. 150 vaccinations. Mammals are so lame, bro. Get out of here with that stuff. I will not take pro mammal propaganda in this channel. Mammals are lame. They're boring. Oh, we're triggered. We gotta go. We're out of here. We're getting kicked off. We're getting kicked off. All right. Tomorrow for real. See ya. I don't know who's Ooj. Who are you? Most people stop taking boosters and are fine. That's damn. Got me there. That's it. I gotta delete the channel. That was too smart. He's too smart for me. I gotta go. See ya. Peace. Bye.